What's wrong? It's probably somebody who put them today. Good morning, colleagues. Let's start. Let's start, colleagues. It's what? It's 9:08. Let's start our meeting. We don't have a lot of time. So today we're interacting with the National Student Financial Aid Scheme on updates in relation to them resolving students' appeals, funding decisions for 2025 academic year, disbursement of funding and allowances, the closeout report, student accommodation and related matters. Before we go, we want to congratulate the newly appointed board of NSFAS, led by the chair, Dr. Stander, and all board members. We congratulate you. I'm sure you know the task at hand at NSFAS is huge. I believe that when you are appointed, you got excited, and when you got in at NSFAS, you realize that you should not have been excited. The problems are many. But we congratulate you. I have looked at the skill set that the minister has appointed, the highly impressive board in terms of the skill set. We pray that you will realize that NSFAS is too big in a South African context. Skills revolution is too big to fail. And we wish you all the best. We can't afford not to have NSFAS. You are new, so you may not know the stats. I'll tell you that acting CEO in 2023, NSFAS from TEFSA to NSFAS, it had produced about 5.5 million graduates in 2023, contributed immensely to the skills set that South Africa has today. So we can't afford, and those 5.5 million are 5.5 million who ordinarily would not have seen the doors of higher education, let alone them graduating. So NSFAS is very important. We're going to start with introduction, because this is the first time we're meeting the board of NSFAS. So we're going to start. I'll start. Anele will come, and then we'll come to acting CEO. CEO will then go this way, and then come back this way, and then we'll then start officially with our meeting. My name is Tebo Kholitsia. I'm the member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, given the responsibility of chairing. Anele.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to members. My name is Anele Kamingesi, and I'm the Committee Secretary.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, members of the support staff. My name is Wasim Karam. I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the National Student Financial Aid. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Luhle Changela. I'm the acting CFO of NSFAS.
All right. Good morning. My name is Johanna Maputa. I'm a board member of NSFAS.
Good morning. My name is Nkateko Ngobeni. I'm the branch coordinator under University Education Branch at DHET.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Sandam Gati. I'm the board member of NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair and all present. My name is Lavendran Gopal. I'm a member of NSFAS Board.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Marcia Sotikwa. I'm the DDG for the University Education Branch, and I'm also a member of the NSFAS Board.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Dr. Karen Stander. I'm the chairwoman of NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Ishmael Mnisi, the NSFAS spokesperson.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Errol Makubela, COO, NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. My name is Pure Kumalo. I'm the member of the NSFAS board.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Morning, colleagues. My name is Sivuile Chiula, manager in the CEO's office at NSFAS.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Bekim Lambo. I'm Chief Director Infrastructure at DHET.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, colleagues. My name is David Motlame, the PLO in the office of the DG.
Good morning. My name is Tanya Kleinans. I'm Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Tando Tolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Abre Barbie of the SABC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Siabonga Koni. I'm a journalist from the Daily Maverick.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Agnetha Orange. I'm the researcher for this committee.
Good morning, Chair, members. All protocols observed. My name is Mampaho Mudiba, Committee Content Advisor.
All protocols observed. Abongwe Kobokane SABC.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and everyone in the House. My name is Khabu Majani. I'm the Chief Director in the Office of the DG.
Honorable Souls, come sit here. After introducing yourself, come sit here. Oh, yeah.
Am I audible? No? Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashley Koike, the first Souls, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Matlodi Maseko, and I am the member of this portfolio committee.
Morning, Chairperson and colleagues. I'm a member of this Portfolio Committee. My name is Desiree van der Walt.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Sudukan Notsepolo. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Khawlatle. The surname is Khabo, and I'm also a member of this portfolio. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chairperson, to the viewers and the committee at large. My name is Mngobim Sezan, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Might as well give shout outs to everyone who knows me and the people at home. Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Karabo Khakao, and I am an alternate member of this committee. Thank you. Shout out to my mom and everyone who knows me.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Lonzi. Introduce yourself there quickly.
No, thank you, Chair. They say when I introduce myself, people run away, Chair. So I don't know if I must terrorize the committee like that. No, thank you very much, Chair. My name is Sihle Lonzi, Member of Parliament deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters. Thank you.
Oh, good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues and our invitees. My name is Sihle Ngubane. I'm I'm the member of this portfolio committee as well.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm sure members from NSFAS, you can tell that our members are always happy. This is a true reflection of happy people. We do have a number of apologies. We have two apologies from members. Honorable Governor has a toothache. I don't know what's funny, Mama Seko. And then we've got very naughty people in this committee. You see, I think having a committee of young people like this is very exciting. But sometimes, I think during breakfast you must make a plan that you must not put sugar things there because now the energy is too high. And then we have another apology of Honorable Zondo, who has been booked off sick until the 9th of May. Then we have an apology from the minister and two deputy ministers who are in cabinet this morning. There's a cabinet in Pretoria this morning, and the whole team is there. It means they might be presenting there something we don't know. And the DGs accompanying them early, but immediately after cabinet, it's day 2 of the induction of the National Skills Authority Board, which started yesterday. The minister has appointed the National Skills Authority, and the induction started yesterday. You'll know that amongst other important work that the National Skills Authority do is to advise the minister on skills development in the country. So the board has been appointed. It started the induction yesterday. So they will not be here. Those are the only apologies we have. We do have, the DGs, I don't know if I've read the apology of the DG. The office of the DG is here, the office of Deputy Minister Manamela is here, and then we have NSFAS who are here. They've introduced themselves. We have welcomed you congratulated you and welcomed you to your positions. As the board of NSFAS, we wish you all the best. The task there is mammoth, is big. NSFAS is way too big to fail. It has produced, like I said before, in 2023, about 5.5 million graduates who ordinarily would not have seen the doors of higher education because of their social economic status, let alone graduate. So want to create another 5.5. at least by 2027, 2028. So you've got a mammoth task there. We wish you all the best. Having said that, we would have wanted to interact with NSFAS a little bit earlier, but we decided to give the board a chance. They'd just been when our previous or our initial schedule in the first term would have interacted with yourselves, and you guys were only, in fact, on the day we wanted to interact with you, you are being inducted. So we felt that we must be fair. We must allow you not only to be inducted to understand the problems facing the entity, but we must also give you time to go and look at strategic ways of stabilizing the entity. So we gave you, that was about 2 months ago. So we gave you time. So at least on that score, you can't say we are unfair. We've been very fair, where we wanted you to understand the issues there. We've went to 3 provinces this year on oversight. And almost, so when we go on oversight, we write to NSFAS and say, NSFAS, give us representatives to accompany us so that when students and the universities or institutions raise issues about this and that about NSFAS, we have somebody with information to respond on the spot. A number of issues have been raised, a number of issues your team responded to, but we gave the department up until the 28th of April to give us a consolidated response on all the issues that would have been raised in oversight. We have put together a date, what is it? Whereas the committee were going to interact with the department on the responses that would have received from oversight, because we can't go to oversight, stakeholders and institutions, they raised issues with us, and then we don't have a mechanism to address them. So we've put together a date now, 18 June, yeah. We've put together on our program on the 18th of June, we're going to deal specifically with issues that would have been raised at this. And when we interact with you on those issues, we don't want you to say to us, you went to Moteo, you raised X, Y, and Z, and this is how we're going to deal with it. It will be in June. So we want you to say, as the department, X, Y, and Z was raised in Moteo 3 months ago. After you have left, this is the work that we did as the department, and this is the feedback on what would have been done. One of the reasons you will have to report on, which we know now that it has been done, was the issue, CEO, of NSFAS releasing a circular on the 7th of March, saying that they are now going to cap the payment of accommodation, of unaccredited accommodation to 25,000 per annum, which we felt that the way that NSFAS went about doing that particular problem, or dealing with that particular problem, was, did not assist the situation. We are on record having said that, so that tomorrow you don't accuse us of saying we want you to pay unaccredited accommodation, high amounts. We are on record having said we want to move to a point where we don't have any unaccredited accommodation being paid by NSFAS. All of them must be accredited. So we must push towards a point where this unaccredited accommodation gets accredited. But we can wake up in the middle of the night or in the middle of the semester, like we have done on the 7th of May, one student would have moved in this accommodation, having signed lease agreements with an understanding that last year you paid this much and all of that, and then in the middle of the semester you wake up and say we're cutting the amount to this much. It makes us look a little bit clumsy. It's the same of what happened last year, where NSFAS in June, in the middle of the year, defunded 10,300 students who were incorrectly funded by yourselves. Some of them had applied for loan scheme, and in the middle of the year, in June, you defunded. Again, we don't fight with the decision, because if you are correcting what you have done, it's okay, it's good. But in the middle of the year, this is the problem you have created for both institutions and the students. One, institutions would have budgeted for the whole year for this student that they've accepted, because your letters at the beginning said you are funded, or your portal. So they would have counted this 10,300 students as part of the money that will come in for institutions. So when you defund it in the middle of the year, the institutions won't get that money, because these kids, these students, they won't pay. And if you defund them in the middle of the year, you are sending them home with no prospect of finding employment or anything. They have debt already. So there's no way they're going to pay this money. So it's money that we've created a problem for these children, because when they get home, they could have stayed at home at the beginning of the year if our systems was right and picked up that they are not supposed to be funded. They would have been at home and not going to varsity, not owing anybody. But you send them to university with the hope that your system has picked up the right things, and in the middle of the year, it picks up that they're wrong. So now they've got debts, hundreds, thousands of debts to the university. The university has lost income. They can't pay their debtors because of your thing. So your letter of the 7th, we hope you'll explain it to us so that it makes sense. I know University of Free State did write to us that because when we were there, we suggested to them, members suggested to them, Honorable Khakhawa, I think it was you, said they must appeal to NSFAS, and they did. And they did write to us to say that the appeal was successful, which is good. But it's one institution in how many, I don't know how many students are affected by this. So it's something that we can't afford to do. Yesterday or a day before, I was reading something, CEO, that NSFAS has written to institutions, and I saw DUT has written to students. They send us this communique to confirm that it's true. NSFAS wrote to institutions and saying, the students that we have not received the registration data for will not fund them. The problem with that thing is that a student, there are too many issues affecting that particular byproduct. So the first cohort of students, CEO, will be students who are funded by NSFAS even from last year. But because the communication between NSFAS and institutions is a bit problematic. Institutions don't send you results of these students. so that you can make a determination whether in 2025, after their 2024 academic year, you are funding them, whether they're affected by the 60% pass rate, whether they are affected by the N plus. So you don't get that information on time. You are unable to make a funding decision on time at the beginning of the year for this particular students. So that cohort of students, it's not their fault. Some of them are not affected by N plus. Some of them are not affected by the 60% progression rate, whatever you call it. But you don't have the registration data. And you have communicated to institutions, says, those students that we have not received their registration data by this date, we're not going to fund them. The problem with that is that we are now prejudicing the students because of a communication problem between institutions and NSFAS, and I don't think that is fair. There are a cohort of students who had problems with registering, some problems or the other, at an institution. Because, again, of your back and forth, your system says funded, awaiting registration data. So it's not my fault. I've registered, and they've not given you, as NSFAS, registration data. And we are saying we're not going to fund the student. We hope that you will respond to those two groups of, the two cohort groups as far as that is concerned. Other issues, I think, we'll deal with them later, but I want to deal with the issue of appeals. It's May today, 7 May. Your presentation today, CEO, says you have dealt with around 34,000 appeals out of 80 or so thousand that you had received. Let's assume that these appeals, all of them, this 34,000, I know it's not the case, but let's make a scenario, were all approved on the 1st of May, 2025. And you are now saying, our system picked up that we can't fund you, and upon your appeal, we realized that our system defunded you wrongly, and we're now going to fund you. The problem we have there is 34,000 out of 80-something thousand. It's around 40% of the cases, which is a huge number. So the system that we are using, that NSFAS, creates a problem. It defunds almost 40% unnecessary, because if we go back and say we agree you are funded, then it means we are saying our systems were wrong, which gives us a little bit of a challenge, CEO. I think we must attend to it. But the second part is that it would have meant that these kids will only get their allowances at the end of May. And the assumption should be that these kids or these students, I'm sorry, man, I've got a problem of, sometimes revealing my age, of calling students kids. And every time I'm with them, they tell me, Chair, stop calling us kids, And I tell them it's because I keep on revealing my age. So the assumption should be that these students from February, when the semester started, until now, they will not have had anything to eat, anything to drink, and nowhere to sleep, which is a big problem. And when we say we are funding them now, it's right in the middle of the exams now, well, the beginning of the exams. They are now about to start. So we will expect them to do well in the exams when we have not prepared them, when we have not given them the support that they needed to do well. And it's something that I know it's not necessarily, you guys are new. It's not necessarily a problem, but it's something that we felt we must give it to you, to ponder on, so that you understand the problems that we're dealing with there. DDG, I know today you have many heads today. You are DDG of Education Branch, you are standing in for the DG, you are a board member of NSFAS. So I'm going to give you to speak with the cap of acting on behalf of the DG. Don't be, provoked to speak as a board member. We're asking you to speak to lead the department. And then from there, I'm going to give the chair of NSFAS to do opening, and then we'll give the CEO to run the presentation. CEO, I'm very worried about this mic, because we could not hear you properly. So if maybe we don't mind, we can, whilst the DG is, we can move to that one. That one at least I could hear that it's clear, because you're going to do a presentation. Somebody can just run the slides for you here, but the mic there, we might have a problem because we're recording the session. Acting DG or standing DG.
Firstly, again, good morning to honourable members and chair. Following and again, I wish to acknowledge, Chair, that indeed Minister has submitted her apologies for this meeting, followed by our Director General, Dr. Sishi. Following the department's consultation with the sector with regard to the start of the 2025 academic year, our Minister directed the department to adopt a different approach in ensuring effective monitoring of higher education institutions in relation to their preparedness for the registration and start of the academic year. At the time, it was agreed that the department, led by our Minister and our Deputy Ministers and our Director General, will lead the monitoring visits to all our 26 public education institutions as part of their monitoring approach. Some of the visits were indeed led by senior managers of the department, and we must acknowledge that the committee similarly led visits to our institutions. The objective of our Minister was to ensure that concerns raised at universities receive immediate attention. During the visits, a considerable amount of time was spent on engaging with students on the ground to understand their challenges. The department continues to be committed to expanding access to higher education through making funding available for students that qualify for financial support. Despite the budgetary constraints, through the department and with the help of the National Treasury, NSFAS has exceeded its initial funding targets for university students, which means that more students are benefiting from free higher education. While the department welcomes NSFAS' ability to fund more students, it also acknowledges the ongoing administrative challenges, including delays in disbursements, concerns around accommodation, the defunding of students, matters relating to exchange of registration data between NSFAS and institutions, the processing of appeals, and the slow progress with establishing regional offices. It is thus these accumulated challenges which compelled the Minister to appoint the board of NSFAS. The NSFAS board very quickly then appointed the acting CEO, all of whom have been tasked with the implementation of urgent reforms to improve the efficiency of allowance payments, address the concerns of accommodation provision, improve the verification process, and institutional accountability. The Minister has also supported the co-option of various members to the board and the chairperson will provide further detail of the credentials of the co-opted members. And this is all to strengthen leadership within NSFAS. Chair, we must acknowledge that the student accommodation problem is only partly a problem of NSFAS payments. It must be acknowledged that it is mainly a problem of significant shortage of student accommodation in the sector, coupled with substandard living conditions in much of the existing student accommodation. The insufficient provision of student accommodation also results in fewer numbers of first-year students being accommodated in the first year. This is troubling. To address this, the department is implementing the Student Housing Infrastructure Program, in short SHIP. Phase 1 of SHIP has already delivered 9,721 new beds across 5 universities, with an additional 6,500 beds under construction at Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University and the University of Limpopo. Phase 2 of SHIP plans to deliver 10,700 beds at various institutions, including Gert Sibanda TVET College, Majube TVET College, and the Tshwane University of Technology, with projects commencing between 2025 and 2027. Phase 3 aims to provide 45,000 additional beds through public-private partnerships, leveraging institutional and private sector resources. In 2024, the department gazetted the draft review policy on minimum norms and standards for student housing. The policy applies to all institution-owned and institution-leased student housing and may be applied to accredited privately owned student housing. The policy establishes minimum norms and standards for student housing, and it provides access to secure, diverse, supportive, comfortable, and efficiently managed and affordable living and learning environments, which we hope will contribute to the personal and academic growth of each residential student. The department received inputs from various stakeholders and is busy finalizing its report. During the 2020-24 consultations, most stakeholders requested a combined session with NSFAS. This meeting will take place on the 14th of May, 2025. The revised norms and standards, Chair, we hope will assist in addressing the substandard accommodation once and for all. As I conclude, Chair, the Minister has entrusted the new board, which you so graciously introduced this morning, to stabilize and turn around NSFAS. The board is close to 65 days into a baptism of fire, and they are seized with a turnaround strategy whose results will not be immediately apparent. Chair, meaningful change cannot be short-circuited, and this board is mindful of the limited time it has to attend to the challenges within the institution. We hope with your support and the support of all the stakeholders, it will meet the mandate so set. I thank you, Chair.
Okay, if we can just get closer to the mic, the DBG was a bit far.
Is it better like this?
Yeah, or just raise your voice. You have a soft voice as well, like me. No?
Okay. You want me to use my teaching voice, Chair? So good morning, Honourable Chairperson and honourable members of this Portfolio Committee, fellow board members present today, esteemed members of the NSFAS Executive Management and staff, members of the media, and distinguished guests. It is indeed a distinct honour and privilege to appear before the esteemed Portfolio Committee today to present on the strategic repositioning of the National Student Financial Aid Scheme under the leadership of this incumbent board. This marks our maiden presentation to this committee, and we are deeply grateful for this invaluable opportunity to engage with you. Chair, in 2025, we add to the 5.5 million by the first set of fully qualified medical doctors. Honourable members, allow me now to formally introduce you to the newly appointed members of the NSFAS board, appointed by the Honourable Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Nombuhle Mkabane, with effect from the 1st of February 2025. We started working on the 14th of February, and 65 days into this DG, I can say and confirm that it has been indeed a baptism of fire. You will note that these individuals collectively bring a wealth of experience, and they all have a minimum qualification of a master's degree across critical fields, including strategy, finance, law, geoscience, and governance. The newly appointed board members are myself, Dr. Karen Stander, serving as the board chairwoman, Mrs. Feliswe Sabia, who is the deputy chairwoman of the NSFAS board, Mrs. Portia Loyalani, Advocate Richard Ramashia, Advocate Lavan Gopal, present here today, Mrs. Clarinda Simpson, Mrs. Prashika Manesh, Dr. Shihanda Mangidi, present here today, Mrs. Karabu Mukhale, Dr. Johanna Maputa, Dr. Mangwena Maluleka, Dr. Marsha Sotikwa, Mr. Simpizwe Kumalu, representing students from the TVET sector, and then Mr. Lucanio Dawati, an ICT major master's candidate chair representing the university sector. We are then strengthened by the duly appointed interim CEO, Mr. Wasim Karim. And I can assure you, Chair, that this is a duly constituted board. Mr. Karim was appointed by the board chair as acting. We followed due process in appointment of Mr. Karim. We requested the policies and procedures of NSFAS and follows those who were approved by the previous boards. He had been at that point appointed by Mr. Nomvalu, the administrator, in concurrence with the minister. The majority of the board endorsed Wasim as acting CEO, and I can assure you that his actions, both at the NYDE and at NSFAS, can show that he has students at heart. Following a comprehensive strategic planning session, the board collectively redefined the mission and vision and overarching goals of NSFAS. It is within this crucial session that we reached an unanimous consensus. NSFAS is not merely a funding body, but a strategic institution fundamentally investing in the future of South Africa. This understanding is underpinned by the board's decision to decisively shift the focus of NSFAS towards a more proactive and impactful entity. This repositioning is not to be viewed as a minor administrative adjustment. Rather, it represents a fundamental paradigm shift. It is profoundly driven by our unwavering commitment to more effectively serve students, Chair, to contribute meaningful to the nation's developmental objectives. We have actively listened to feedback, learned from past experiences, and are proactively adapting to the dynamic and evolving landscape of higher education funding. Our core purpose remains the same and resolute: to ensure that every single student who is eligible irrespective of their socio-economic background, is afforded the opportunity to pursue post-school education and training. This commitment is central to our pursuit of equity and social justice within the education system. Upholding these principles is paramount to cultivating trust and demonstrating responsible stewardship of public funds that were entrusted to us. Indeed, Chair, NSFAS is too big to fail. We need to not only make sure that students come to university, we need to make sure that they come through university and that they are better on the other side. Fundamentally, NSFAS is more than a financial mechanism. It is a strategic investment in the future of our nation. We hold firm in the belief that education is the most potent instrument for driving national development and unleashing the immense human potential that resides within South Africa. By broadening access to higher education, NSFAS directly contributes to the achievement of our national development goals. We are actively involved in cultivating a skilled workforce, fostering innovators, nurturing leaders, and empowering engaged citizens of South Africa required to thrive in this and future centuries. Chair, I have a whole speech here today, but I think let me conclude by saying that we are here to drive change. And I want to hand over to the Acting Executive Officer of NSFAS to lead the main presentation, which will provide you with, I hope and trust, answers to the many questions that this Portfolio Committee and South Africa has. I thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you very much. You must share with us your speech. I see you still had about 4 pages left.
Yeah.
If you can share it with us, I would really appreciate it.
I will do.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity today. I think our presentation covers 10 distinct areas. We would like to take the committee through governance at NSFAS, what we see as the problem statement, how we intend to go about confronting some of these challenges. To focus on some of the more operational items, we'll go through the current disbursement cycle, our appeals process. The CFO will take us through the closeout project, issues of student accommodation, status on regionalization, the termination of the head office lease agreement, as well as the procurement of a fit-for-purpose ICT system. Of course, I think we've already spoken about the appointment of the board and the process that the board would have embarked on. Within the broader accountability framework, we take this portfolio committee very seriously, as well as other structures of parliament that we are required to account to, as well as external bodies such as the Auditor General, the Special Investigating Unit, and I'll speak to that as part of the turnaround strategy. I think part of the board's role in outlining its roles and responsibilities is that it takes responsibility for leadership and governance, as mandated by the NSFAS Act, but also relying on key legislation such as the PFMA and the King Code on Corporate Governance. The board would have determined that the best way to structure itself was in the form of 7 committees, being the Finance Committee, which oversees finance, supply chain management, and the Office of the CEO, the Executive Committee, who oversees the core business operations of the organization, the Human Resources and Remuneration Committee, which oversees HR and occupational health and safety, the Audit and Risk Committee, which oversees finance, risk, legal, compliance, and internal audit, the Social and Ethics Committee, which oversees communications, stakeholder management, sustainability, and ethics, the ICT Committee, which oversees our ICT and our contact center, and the Appeals Tribunals Committee, which deals mainly with appeals in core business operations. Now, in the strategic planning of the board, together with the executive, we would have outlined 6 key organizational challenges that lead NSFAS to where it is today. One is a lack of a sustained funding model that has largely led to financial and supply chain governance collapse in the organization. ICT systems, which I think the chair of the PC outlined in the opening remarks, which are not integrated to the sector that we support and lead to severe risks for an organization of NSFAS's size and scale. I think what's quite important that we reflect on when we look at the challenges is the issue of organizational design that did not necessarily evolve with the change in policies and funding structure. When we look at the very progressive decision that was taken to shift NSFAS from being a loan-based scheme into primarily being a bursary-based scheme, we need to reflect whether the organization built the skills, the capacity, the capabilities to be able to effectively implement that decision. Similarly, when the institution decided to take on board the student accommodation function, again, a decision which was led by evidence. But whether the steps taken in terms of design and implementation of that decision, whether the institution built the skills, capacities, capabilities to do so, I think leads us to a point where we say the OD did not evolve with the funding structure and the policy decisions. There is, where we stand, a massive trust deficit between NSFAS, higher education institutions, student bodies, and students themselves. The system is designed to have many interdependencies between different bodies, different institutions. What we have right now is just ongoing blame shift between all the different bodies, leading to students who are poorly supported. Of course, we've had instability at the leadership level for close to a decade now, which has led to a breakdown in governance. And all of this translates into a poor reputation. If you Google NSFAS, the first 4 pages are primarily negative here. And that makes it very difficult to build the type of meaningful partnerships, both inside of government as well as outside, to allow the organization to fulfill its mandate, but furthermore, be able to increase its support to our most critical stakeholder, which is the students of South Africa. Now, I think this was quite reflected on, but NSFAS has been a force for good. Today, we know that South Africa produces 4 times the amount of black African graduates than it did in 1994. And largely, we have a rising black emerging middle class today because of institutions like NSFAS. We know that graduates have the lowest form of unemployment. They go and they achieve social mobility, they support extended households, and they contribute meaningfully to the South African economy. But right now, I think that students feel like they succeed in spite of NSFAS, not because of it. And our day-to-day operational failures and our lack of effectiveness, it masks the enormous impact that we should be having in society. Because we are always in crisis mode, we haven't reached the maturity level where we are actually able to measure our impact. And therefore, we fail to shape our own narrative. I will not repeat what both the chair of the committee and the chair of the board said, is to say, I think we're too big to fail. So in acknowledging this, the board would have outlined a vision to say that we want a strategically repositioned public investment institution that enables inclusive, transparent, and accountable funding in South Africa. We envision a future where every eligible student, regardless of background, has equitable access to transformative education, supported by ethical governance, digital innovation, and a shared commitment to national development. Our mission is to reposition NSFAS as a transparent, accountable, and student-centered public investment vehicle that unlocks the enormous potential of South Africa's youth. We aim to deliver a differentiated, sustainable, and dignified funding solution for poor and working class students, missing middle, those with historic debt, that's backed by data, governance, and partnership. Our values as an organization are to be accountable, respectful, have integrity, contribute to social justice, and be excellent in the work that we undertake. In resolving on the strategic objectives, we looked at 3 dimensions, being the mandate of the organization, the current context in which we find ourselves, as well as the need to ensure the sustainability of NSFAS over the long term. At 3 levels, we believe it's important to provide equitable, efficient, and effective access to financial aid. But as the chair outlined in her opening statement, NSFAS's role can't start and stop at funding of students. We have a broader role in society to make sure that students cross the graduation stage, that they reach the finish line. And in doing that, one, we will become a more effective and efficient institution. But more importantly, we will be able to access additional resources which enable us to be able to support more students. And broadly, if we have more students graduating and reaching the finish line, we will be contributing to the national development, building South Africa's skills base, and moving the economy in the right direction. In acknowledging where we are, the board would have outlined 5 strategic objectives which are important to drive the strategy of the institution. These are leadership and governance, having an institutional integrity, having financial integrity, viability, and sustainability, building organizational capability, and very importantly, having the appropriate organization design. The manner in which we implement our annual performance plan, and I know we'll have a separate session with the committee to go through the APP, is that we run the majority of the targets sit in program 2 in the student-centered model, whereas the majority of support services sit in program 1, which is administration. We have 6 steps to be able to turn the institution around. One is rebuilding trust with the higher education sector. And let me say here is that the board has consulted with a number of stakeholders inside and outside the institution. And I think the one thing that comes across is that irrespective of challenges in the past, where the sector is at is that there is willingness to continue working with NSFAS. There's a willingness to say, let's fix the problems that are there so that we have a cohesive and a collaborative solution to support the students. And I think it's important that NSFAS uses the short-term period where that window is open to really rebuild trust with the higher education sector. We have to be able to clarify the model, Honorable Chairperson, and I thought you articulated this importantly in your opening remarks. NSFAS can't make decisions on the spot overnight, being responsive rather than proper planning. We have to, before we approach an academic year, be very clear about what the model looks like for the upcoming academic year so we don't have this ongoing confusion, deviation, and in-year changes of policies. We have to build the right capabilities to have a student-centered approach. Data, at the scale at which we operate, close to 1 million students, we have to have data that supports functional ICT systems that doesn't focus only on funding, but supporting the student journey and interfacing with our stakeholders. We have to implement and correct course through implementation of AG, SIU recommendations, and we have to enact ethical leadership throughout the organization. Just to reflect on some of the immediate steps that the board has undertaken in its last 60 days, all posts in the C-suite have now been prioritized, and the filling of executive vacancies to stabilize the leadership of NSFAS. The board has further approved a controlled recruitment process for the filling of other critical vacancies within the institution. So we are operating at quite a high vacancy rate, and this will enable us to bring in the kind of skills we need to solve at least some of the challenges that are pertinent at a management and sub-management level. The board had taken the time to engage with internal and external stakeholders to deliberate on the turnaround strategy. The board committees, as we outlined, have all been appointed and are now functioning on a governance cycle. The board took time yesterday to meet with organized labor in the institution and employees to outline the turnaround strategy and to listen and hear the voices of the workforce, because they are equally important in helping us solve the challenges. One of the major matters that the AG has been raising has been a NSFAS APP and strategic plan which is not aligned to the PFMA and the framework for managing performance information. The board took this matter on board extremely seriously, and despite having a very short time frame to submit the APP, made sure that they worked overtime, over weekends, to make sure that this process is finalized, so that a key material irregularity that's been raised by the Auditor General could be cleared. The board has engaged key regulatory and investigative bodies such as the AG, the Public Protector, the Special Investigating Unit, and offered their full cooperation in completing investigations, implementing those recommendations, and following through on consequence management for wrongdoing. The board has adopted a zero-tolerance approach to fraud and corruption. The board has further directed management to ensure that pending legal matters in respect of the direct payment partners and the head office lease be concluded speedily, as well as to conclude the legal review of the student accommodation pilot project, which was instituted under the administration period. The board has also approved the terms of reference for 6 priority projects which need to be undertaken to strengthen the long-term sustainability of NSFAS. These are an organizational design and realignment, a loan management strategy, a sustainable funding framework, a transitional framework for student accommodation, an ICT digital transformation strategy, and a revised business operating model. The time frame for the implementation of the turnaround strategy is set at 6 months. In terms of key material irregularity items raised by the Auditor General, as members will be aware, a material irregularity is the worst finding that one can receive in terms of the Public Audit Act. As I've mentioned, the Performance Information 1, already significant steps have been taken to resolve that. At a loan system and recovery process, we've recaptured all loan balances for financial statement purposes. We are in the final stages of a loan recovery strategy, and we are procuring a system from a fellow government entity and obtaining a loan feasibility report. The CFO will reflect more on the closeout project. As we move to more operational items, Chair, the disbursement cycle or NSFAS process is outlined in 6 distinct processes. 1 is preparing for the cycle, 2 is managing the application process, 3 is determining the eligibility criteria, 4 is confirming funding, and 5 is managing payments, with the last step being continuing to recover funds. Right now, we're probably sitting in step 4 and 5. We shouldn't be confirming funding, but we still are. And we are managing payments to institutions on an ongoing basis. Just to indicate the steps that we go through to confirm funding, a student needs to meet the academic and the eligibility criteria. That needs to be supported by a registration data claim from the institution. We further need to enhance the application by determining what kind of allowances the student qualifies for, either transport or accommodation. We do place reliance on the information being submitted by institutions. We do validation checks on the registration data. We communicate registration exceptions. We validate the registration, which triggers then the payment process. And then, of course, we've reintroduced loans, which I will speak to a bit later in the presentation. One of the key elements is the payment model. Tuition, books, and on-campus residence is paid directly to institutions. TVET and private accommodation are paid, or allowances to TVETs are paid directly by NSFAS. Private accommodation is paid through our solution partners. All university allowances is paid to the institution, and they follow through on payments to students. And all other funder payments are made directly to institutions. Just reflecting on our 2025 academic application cycle, we received more than 1 million applications. And I think one important thing to point out here is that more than 70% of our applications come from SASSA households. This means that there's a clear correlation in South Africa between social policy and education policy, both basic and higher. The narrative sometimes permeated in society is that social grants households are just dependent, that they'll never move out of that dependency stage. if there's one slide that indicates that that is not the case, is the ability for social mobility through schemes like NSFAS. Because if a household that is dependent on a social grant that accesses the public education, basic education system, and a student makes it through with immense challenges, obtains a bachelor pass, and is able to access funding for higher education, that shows the trajectory of ensuring intergenerational change amongst young South Africans. And the scheme's ability to influence that change should never be understated. If we reflect on our disbursement schedule, so because we're reporting both on the 2024 and the 2025 academic year, if we look at our final numbers for 2024, we would have disbursed a total of 51.4 billion against a budget of 46.6 billion. And I'm going to come back to this later in the presentation. But this is a huge challenge for the organization in terms of the demand for higher education far exceeds, even at an expanded level, the ability of NSFAS to support. In 2025, to date, up to the end of April, we've already distributed 16.3 billion to the sector, both at university and TVET level, and those are mainly upfront payments to ensure the stability of the sector. Now, this is probably the most concerning slide for us today, is that if we look at our projections for 2025, we have 597,600 registered students in the university sector, of which we have an allocated budget of 39.2 billion. The projected cost based on numbers today is 47.1 billion. At a TVET level, we have a budget of 9.1 billion, 218,000 students, with a projected cost of 7.9 billion. So at TVET level, we are not too concerned. We still have 2 upcoming cycles. But at a university level, we are deeply concerned about what these numbers mean for the 2025 academic year and for sustainability as well as stability. In addition to that, we've run into another issue around university reg data received for students who applied during the 2025 TVET walk-in application cycle. We received 12,200 university registration records during the TVET walk-in cycle. These amount to about 730 million rand. These registration records for now, because of the budget issue that we presented, have been blocked from disbursement processing. The block remains in place pending a final decision on whether NSFAS can accept or decline these students' applications. We are consulting with the Department of Higher Education and Training, as well as the university sector on a way forward. I think what's important to note is that some university students complied with the instructions and did not apply, acknowledging that the window was explicitly reserved for TVET students. We did issue communication to all affected universities, informing them that these applications would not be considered for university funding. And despite that communication, some universities did proceed to register and submit these students' data to NSFAS. Another issue that we are encountering, and the Chair mentioned it in the opening remarks, is that on the 3rd of March, NSFAS issued Circular 4 of 2025 to all universities confirming that the NSFAS portal was ready to receive valid registration data onwards. Our funding policy stipulated the cutoff date for submission of registration data as 31st of March. Institutions were encouraged, did ask for extension, and we provided an extension until the 14th of April. The earlier submission was recommended to ensure timely processing and subsequent disbursement. So the system has knock-on effects. The earlier we get registration data, the earlier we can confirm students' funding statuses, the more on time the disbursement process could be. When institutions did miss the deadline, when they missed the deadline, we requested that they write to us and provide a motivation as to why they missed the deadline, so that we could evaluate each matter on a case-by-case basis. And therefore, we find it quite regrettable that some institutions, including DUT, did not adhere to the recommended deadline 1, 2, did not provide a motivation, but 3, go and cause stress and anxiety in the sector then by issuing statements to students which are misleading and say that they are not being funded because of NSFAS issues. Really, what we don't like, Chair, is this tit for tat in the sector, and it talks to the ability on rebuilding trust. one, we have to be able to hold each other accountable in terms of deadlines that are set. But two, where we have issues, and there was no sector in the world that operates perfectly, where we have issues, we need to be able to take each other into confidence to be able to reduce the stress and anxiety that students face on an ongoing basis. Now, how are we dealing with these major funding gaps that exist because of the issues that we've outlined? Minister has put together a task team of DHET and NSFAS that is evaluating the funding gap and how we may be able to access resources to be able to best resolve it. In prior years, a combination of the SIU recoveries and the utilization of prior surpluses have ensured that we've been able to plug the funding gap. However, this is not a sustainable way of running an organization, and we have to come up with a more long-term solution to avoid the situation happening in future years. If we reflect a bit on the TVET sector, we've received registrations for 218,000 students. We've disbursed 2.9 billion. The difference of about 6,000 between disbursements and registrations is can be attributed to registration records which did not meet validations. We continue to work with institutions.
Sorry, CEO. Chair, I don't know if there's a... I'm struggling to follow the presentation on the screen and the one that we received. If maybe CEO can help us with that one.
Okay.
Yeah, because I noticed it for the 5th time. I thought maybe it was one mistake, but it's...
okay,
it's
I'll
recurring.
just... yeah, I think when I was reading it last night, some of the things didn't flow. So I made a couple of flow changes, yeah. But there's no changes in the content here, yeah. But I'll speak to it when we present.
Yeah, if somebody can then send it to us so that we're
Okay,
able
no
to
worries.
send to members in the meantime while we're still presenting. Sure.
That's fine. NSFAS pays TVET college allowances on the 25th of every month, and we pay annual and semester students up to 3 months worth of allowances. Trimester 1 has been paid in full. The second academic cycle will commence with trimester 2, and NSFAS will open funding applications for trimester 2 on the 12th of May and close on the 23rd of May. Applications for trimester 3 and semester 2 will be opened closer to the commencement of those academic terms. If we look at, we did face a challenge during the April disbursement to TVET students. So the process that we follow is that we are paying over 200,000 students. These go into very large batch files. 4 of the batch files hold records of up to 50,000. We missed our processing cutoff date because of the upload of these files takes quite a considerable amount of time because of the manual processes that we follow. There was a high risk of failure of these files, and therefore the team had asked that we delay the disbursement to the next day, 7 a.m. on the 26th of April. But we do recognize that even a short-term delay in payments creates high levels of stress and anxiety among students, and we do want to publicly commit that there will be no further late payments of allowances. We have increased capacity in our disbursements team to avoid a repeat of this challenge. Furthermore, there's quite a considerable amount of issues around the 2024 short payment of allowances that emanated from challenges of migration to direct payment partners and then back to NSFAS. We have issued a communication to the sector that outstanding 2024 allowances are going through the validation process and will be settled by 31 May 2025. In terms of our support to students with disabilities, a total of 4,900 students with disabilities were provisionally funded in 2024. Of those, we received registrations for about 3,100. We've disbursed in total about 181 million rand to students with disabilities, both across TVET and universities. For the Missing Middle Loan Fund, NSFAS has been capitalized with 3.5 billion over a 3-year cycle from 2024 to 2027 to support students with households from 350,000 to 600,000. We received close to 66,000 applications, applications which met the bursary criteria and were automatically funded were 43,000. We did an automatic status update change there. 20,000 applications did not meet either the income or the academic eligibility criteria. And out of that, we funded about 2,200 eligible loan applications. Chair, we have to ask ourselves the question as to why we are receiving or why we're funding such a low amount of loan applications. Is it a case of there is a misunderstanding of what the loan entails, and it is an income contingent loan which is dependent on a student finding employment post-qualification and only starting to repay post-qualification? Or is it a case that there continues to be a fear of loans in the country and that people are not uptaking the loans because of some of the fears that may be associated with it? If we move towards appeals, we would have received about 78,000 appeals in total. Of those, 34,000 have been approved and moved to funding status. 13,000 were rejected. We do have some other statuses, such as passed but not received results. We have some that were duplicates that were picked up. I think the major issue, and let me say, from our perspective, we have concluded the majority of the appeals that we have received within NSFAS. The challenge you have is that this is an ongoing cycle, and it's an ongoing cycle because of the next slide that we'll present, which is awaiting documents. If the documents are short supplied or are missing, it means that an application goes into awaiting documents, which means the cycle continues to be open. And one of the things we've discussed with the team is to say, we have to be able to, in future years, be able to clarify in the funding policy, what is the appeal window, so that we can open appeals on a certain date, perhaps do a first assessment on the appeal, open it up for a second time, and close it once and for all here, so that we don't have this ongoing, and the committee can hold us clearly accountable in terms of appeals. But that just breaks down the status of appeals in terms of the number of days they've been outstanding. Some of the challenges and the solutions that we've been looking at on appeals is that appeals that were captured on the NSFAS app were not reflecting on the system. That matter has been resolved. Institutions have not uploaded results. We are working with DHET to be able to try and finalize those results so we can assist the students. Students were unable to upload supporting documents. ICT has resolved that matter and communicated with those students. And then I've mentioned the issue of outstanding documents. In terms of the Appeals and Tribunals Committee, the board has established an Appeals and Tribunals Committee, recognizing and also complying with legislation that this can't be a management-only function. Members of that committee have emphasized the importance of the committee's role, not only in appeals, but also identifying systematic issues within NSFAS. The committee's previous work has also been instrumental in uncovering risks such as system manipulation and N+ rules misapplication. The committee will hold management accountable for appeal timeframes, its conclusion, communication, and it also tests a sample of appeals to identify systematic issues. As we move towards the termination of the head office lease agreement, during the 22-23 audit, the Auditor General made a finding on non-compliance on the NSFAS head office. Further to that, the SIU has confirmed irregularities around the procurement process. The SIU informed NSFAS that they intend on applying for the setting aside of the lease agreement at the special tribunal. NSFAS will join that as a co-applicant supporting the SIU to set aside the contract. The application was to be made to the special tribunal by the 30th of April. We are meeting the SIU later just to get their feedback on the matter. Because of the quasi-judicial nature of the special tribunal, in this instance, it is the best mechanism to remedy the maladministration that manifested in the procurement process. The application by the SIU at the special tribunal is not premised on contractual law, but public law which governs public procurement. The special tribunal will impose an equitable outcome. We can't at this stage be certain of whether cancellation penalties will form part of that, but in our discussions with the SIU, that by applying to set aside the contract in terms of public law, NSFAS will not be in breach of the contract, and therefore Clause 5 of the agreement will not be triggered. NSFAS is continuing to work with the SIU as part of the current investigation and providing the information. I'm sure members are aware that the President has recently extended the proclamation of the SIU into NSFAS until March 2026. We are developing plans for relocation should the court rule for the immediate termination of the lease so that business operations are not impacted. Student accommodation. I think student accommodation exists at 3 levels. At level 1, we have, of course, the on-campus institution-owned and managed accommodation, which is paid through institution claims. Then we have private accredited student accommodation, small, medium, and large, which is paid through the solution partner model that was previously implemented at NSFAS. And then we have private unaccredited accommodation, which is paid directly to students. For the 2025 year, we had accredited about 326,000 beds. We received about 152,000 applications, and about 126,000 students have been onboarded through that process. In 2024, about 2,500 accommodation providers, representing about 81,000 students, were paid disbursements of about 2.9 billion for private accommodation. In 2025, we've paid 100,000, or we've paid 3,828 accommodation providers, representing over 100,000 students, and to date the disbursements are about 1.3 billion. Now, if we reflect on the challenges with student accommodation, NSFAS undertook the student accommodation pilot project without necessary feasibility studies, without an appropriate risk assessment, capacity building, policy guideline, or legal framework. And that has led to an immense challenge. And I know the portfolio committee is inundated with complaints from students, student bodies, institutions, landlords. But I think there's also an acknowledgement that when the function was held by institutions, the sector was not free from challenges. There is a two-pronged challenge with student accommodation, which I thought the DGG articulated well. One, there is a structurally insufficient, safe, secure student accommodation in South Africa. If you go to the University of Fort Hare today, Alice campus, there is insufficient beds, which means we end up paying the students an allowance and say, go and find your own accommodation, which is not a good way to run the system. But two, that we must recognize that even where student accommodation exists, we do not have an effective and efficient distribution system of allocating, placing, and paying for that student accommodation. And that we have to recognize that there's a need for both short and long-term solutions. We would like the function to go back to institutions, but we have to do it in a way that's fair, equitable, and transparent. That doesn't seem to be just shifting the problem from the NSFAS to institutions, where we come up with a solution that resolves the ongoing challenges for the long term. Now, steps that we've taken to resolve immediate challenges. We have finalized the 2024 recon of unpaid student accommodation. We've instituted a 2024 claims process, and we intend to make a payment by the 31st of May 2025. We've also creating an internal dispute resolution mechanism so that landlords, students don't feel like they always need to go outside the institution, that we do have mechanisms internally to be able to deal with the issue. In March, because of the start of the new academic year, 12,000 students were paid accommodation allowances directly, and we are having to work with students, institutions, and landlords to ensure that these are paid over to landlords. Because of the lack of a guiding policy around student accommodation, you have very individual disputes which manifest themselves at specific institutions. To give you an example, at TUT, who is partially participating on the pilot project, the dispute between TUT and private landlords in terms of who's accredited and unaccredited is escalating. And often, because of the way the sector is governed, people go directly to the media rather than follow internal dispute resolution. But without a guiding policy or framework, it's very difficult to drive accountability in the student accommodation sector. In April, the system challenge led to some landlords who were due in Eastern Cape who were due 4 months in disbursement to be paid 1 month. A top-up payment is scheduled for the 2nd of May. And there are a number of complaints from individual institutions of the 2,500 accommodation cap on unaccredited accommodation. Let me say that within student accommodation, right now, we seem to be in a firefighting mode as we try and resolve the issue. So as far as possible, we are working on every single complaint that we receive to be able to assist individuals in resolving those issues. I recognize that these are many small and medium businesses who are dependent, who can't survive without NSFAS funding if we don't pay for 2 months and 3 months. On the other side of that, we also have a fiduciary obligation to confirm that the students who are staying in those residences are actually confirmed students of it. We are picking up too many instances where students are living in accommodation, as NSFAS students, but we don't have registration data for. On the issue of the unaccredited accommodation allowance, we of course approved a 25,000 cap of an unaccredited accommodation allowance. The reason for that is that we did not want to follow the previous year's approach of paying a full accommodation allowance, because it does not give the incentive to landlords to be able to then upgrade their accommodations to meet the accreditation standards. This has, however, created quite a great deal of issues. Chair would have mentioned the issue at the University of Free State, where we had to intervene because of the ongoing protests and grant a deviation for approval for the 2025 academic year. Fort Hare has raised a similar issue. We did assist Fort Hare for student accommodation around the reclassification in the Buffalo City campus from non-metro to metro, so that enabled them to resolve some of their challenges. We are meeting with the university on the 23rd of May to be able to look at the private or unaccredited accommodation cap. They've requested a flat rate of 4,300 to 4,800. Within the current budgetary context, I am concerned about these issues. In terms of the way forward on student accommodation, from the 1st of April, the function was reallocated out of the corporate services unit and placed under the CEO's office, which was a decision taken under administration. And this is largely to drive the ministerial directive on student accommodation. We have appointed ENS Africa, who is undertaking a comprehensive legal review of the student accommodation pilot project that can provide a way forward on NSFAS's roles and responsibilities in terms of legislation, primarily the NSFAS Act, as well as reviewing all of the contractual agreements entered into with the solution partners and accreditation partners. We are meeting USAF and SAPCO in May for the development of the transitional framework for the handover of student accommodation back to institutions. As I've said, it is really the board's view that, one, we can't allow the current crisis to permutate. We have to resolve the current issues. But two, we can't just simply hand back the function. We have to hand it back in a sustainable way that does not undermine student support and student wellness. Chair, I'll pause there and hand over to the acting CFO to take us through the closeout project. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. In the main, the closeout project stems back to the academic period 2017, where the decision was taken to move from loans to bursaries. At this point, NSFAS wasn't capacitated in terms of systems and in terms of capacity in human capital to be able to implement this in that period. So as a result, the closeout period stems back to 2017. NSFAS launched the reconciliation project in 2021, and the SIU investigation relating to the amounts owed by institutions to NSFAS started in 2022 August. The focus of the closeout project is to resolve funding issues that were identified, and it is a process that aims to align the records of NSFAS and the institutional data. This is done at a student level, and the aim is to quantify the amounts that NSFAS would owe to institutions or to accommodation partners or to students, and to also quantify the amounts that the students, institutions, or possible accommodation partners may owe NSFAS to. The aim is then to quantify all these amounts and then to start the recovery process. As it stands, we have an agreement with the SIU that they recover from 2017 to 2023, and we recover the other periods ourselves. This slide at a high level presents the methodology that relates to the closeout process, where we extract the data and we format the data in the shape or form that we required from the reconciliation process. As you would see that this covers a scope of many years. The systems at NSFAS would have changed over these years. The systems at the institutions would have also changed over these years. So it does take a bit of time to play around on step 1 and step 2 on getting the data into the correct shape and form that we need for the reconciliation process. The institution then submits data or full cost of study data, as we call it, to NSFAS, and we validate this data to the student fee statements. This is the challenging stage where some or most of the institutions do not pass the validation stage, whereby the full cost of study or the claim submitted to NSFAS would not agree to the student fee statement. We then have to send that back and they correct so that we have one true source of truth that is true whether you're looking at the student fee statement, looking at the institutional records, or looking at the NSFAS records. We then proceed to step 5. We look at the reconciliation. We engage further if there's data issues identified. Then we draft an agreement and we agree as NSFAS and the institution. The full process is concluded once we also sign an agreement with the SIU, because the closeout is also indirectly linked then to the investigation by the SIU. Thereafter, then we can start paying the institution if NSFAS owes the institution, or the institution pays NSFAS if there's a liability. To date, we've been able to sign off on about 13 institutions that are listed on your screen. We also highlight on the table the years that we've signed off with the respective institutions. This gives us access to an asset of about 3.7 billion, but when you look at the net position, it gives us access to about 339 million. Of these institutions, only one, which is Bolland, has passed the full process where there's agreement on the amounts relating to the closeout project for 2017 to 2021, and we have achieved sign-off in a 3-party agreement, so as to say, institution, NSFAS, and the SIU agree on the amounts. The amount of 8 million was then paid to Bolland. All the other institutions on the screen were still in the process of going through the reconciliation process with the SIU to get then their agreement on the numbers too. The next slide presents the institutions that SIU would have recovered funds from. This is about 14 institutions, so one more institution than NSFAS has been able to sign off to date. To date, SIU has recovered about 2 billion, and they have paid 858 million to us, and they envision paying the remainder of the balance by the end of May. This presents a dashboard for the universities that we have about 43 signed agreements if you count one agreement per institution per year, and we have 56 signed agreements, and we are in progress working on 19 reconciliations, whereby there's 4 institutions that would have submitted their full cost of study or their claim, but we're still waiting statements so we can go through the validation process. There's also a bigger number there that relates to the data issues that we would have identified through the validation process, which is 86 institutions. Just to elaborate what we mean when we say there's data issues, it is just to give some examples. Again, I say, when you look at the full cost of study or the claim submitted to NSFAS and you compare it to the student statement, in some instances you would see where an institution is claiming accommodation from NSFAS, and perhaps you would not find that same accommodation reflected on the student fee statement. Then we send back the data to the institution to correct it, depending on if the students truly stayed in accommodation and any corrections they would need to make. So that is just examples that we do find on the statements. This slide provides the detail on the progress or the compliance and submissions from the TVETs relating to 2024. So at a high level then, what we've done to try conclude this process, we've sent letters to the institutions requesting the full cost of study data. We've sent follow-up emails, and we've also engaged with with the institutions. With the universities, we have 100% submission rate for the scoped in period 2017 till 2024. However, in the TVET sector, we still have 20 TVETs that have not submitted, and we are still engaging with them to get this data. So the challenges in the main that we face in the closeout project, as I've said, between 2017 to 2024, we're trying to rebuild data and find reason for certain changes or data issues that we would have been identified. What presents a challenge is that the systems would have changed either at NSFAS or at the 76 institutions. Also, the staff would have changed at NSFAS or the 76 institutions. So it becomes a process of trying to mine and align on the data that we can find. The intervention plan that we have implemented to date by NSFAS is that we have implemented closeout roadshows, whereby we've engaged 95% of the institutions who were available to collaborate and work with us. We've also conducted a survey and identified that most of the institutions use the systems from Caltech and Adapt IT. So we are engaging Caltech and Adapt IT to see a way or a method that we can also be able to access this information ourselves directly from the institutional systems, just as to reduce maybe the over-reliance and waiting for the institutions to give us the data. Of course, they would still need to sign off on the data as the ultimate custodians of the financial data relating to the institutions. Also, in the new strategy and APP, we've included 2 new KPIs which address the closeout, whereby we seek to perform more regular reconciliations to ensure that we don't end up in this process in the near future, and whereby we seek to also improve the audit opinion, and whereby we seek to have a methodology that relates to the reconciliation process that is clearly communicated to the parent, DHEAD, clearly communicated also to the institutions and understood by all parties affected. Further to capacitate the department to be able to deal with closeout and the financial challenges relating to closeout, a CFO has been appointed, a senior manager loans and recoveries has been appointed, and we've also appointed 2 managers in the disbursements unit and the treasury and budgets unit, which will assess in the respective different parts of the closeout process or reconciliation process. This, at a high level, presents the risks and the mitigation strategies relating to the closeout. One of our biggest risks is the non-submission by institutions or the late submission of data by the institutions. For this, as I've said, we are engaging Caltech and ITS to see if we can extract the data directly from the systems with the permission and with a tri-party contract or relationship between the NSFAS and the institution and Caltech. There is also a high risk of error because this is all a manual process, and for that we are hiring an independent reviewer to also review our reconciliations. And looking at the accounting treatment, we are seeking GROP technical opinions with KPMG, and we are also engaging the Accountant General to see how we can improve the audit opinion of NSFAS, regardless of the issues that we could still be experiencing relating to non-submission or to the data issues identified in the possible submissions by institutions. We are also looking at communicating and having a close-off date for funding decisions. This will be incorporated in the planning for 2025 and 2026 that the acting CEO would have mentioned. And again, the biggest one is trying to have a process where we institutionalize the reconciliation process and we're not just being reactive and only doing this at the end of the year. So maybe looking at doing it monthly or quarterly with the institutions so we can manage our assets and liabilities more efficiently.
All right, thanks, CFO. Chair, I would have wanted to present the way forward on this project. I think having entered the organization and interfaced with the project, as well as having presented it to the board, it's an important project, but at the same time, a very concerning one, because the closeout project doesn't seem to be closing, for lack of a better word. It seems to be just going on year to year without a complete way forward. Yes, we make progress and we make recoveries, but this is impacting the NSFAS audit report quite badly. We are receiving adverse audit reports, and to me, yes, NSFAS has issues, but I don't think we should be sitting on an adverse audit report as a result of historical issues between NSFAS and the institutions. So there's a couple of recommendations that we want to make on a way forward on this project. Is that for the historical period, which closeout covers, which is April 2017 to March 2023, that now be treated as a full investigative process, handed over to the SIU in terms of the proclamation, because they have the skills and capabilities to forensically go through the interface between NSFAS and institutions. When they determine that there is a recovery due, they will implement that through the powers that they are granted. But that largely that process be handed over to them, and we receive continuous updates through the SIU update process to NSFAS as well as to the committee. NSFAS needs to focus on the 2024 academic year reconciliation. And we need to do that to regularize our financial statements. We are aware that the committee receives NSFAS's audit reports, annual reports, way outside the cycle. We only recently finalized the annual report for 22-23. That was the year that finished 2 years ago. We're only doing the annual report for 23-24 now. So we are on a process to ensure that we regularize our PFMA financial statement submission as well as our audit cycle. And for that, we need the 2024 academic year. You see, if we look at where we are now, we are not crafting data for effective decision making. We said that we disbursed 42 billion in the 2024 academic year. We should be able to come back to the committee and say, of that 42 billion, on the recon for 2024, this was how much was actually used, and this is how much that is the payment we need to make to universities, or how much needs to be returned to NSFAS. But right now, if we tell you that information 2 years down the line, it's of no benefit to anybody. So we have to get on a regular cycle to be able to provide information for effective decision-making purposes. And then the third step is, how do we make sure what happened in closeout never happens again? So we're in a process of designing, consulting, and implementing what is the monthly and annual recon process with institutions. And we also need to say here that if an institution has a time frame to submit a recon, and they don't, we want to introduce a mechanism that says NSFAS has the ability to withhold their next, or at least a portion of their next tuition payment until they submit that reconciliation. We don't want students to suffer, so we'll continue to pay allowances, but we need to have some kind of a recourse mechanism to make sure this doesn't happen again in the future. With all of the problems with this project, Chair, I do want to say that this project has helped 268,000 students obtain their certificates by finding through the recon of the closeout project that they were incorrectly funded or defunded, and that's a massive achievement, right? The fact that 268,000 students as a result of this project have been enabled to receive their certificates and have been cleared through the process is a massive achievement. So it is important that we do conclude on this project. I think the how becomes important. If we reflect on the regionalization project, I think this is something quite important. We are consulting with USAF and SAPCO for the provision of rental-free accommodation at all institutions of higher learning, so that NSFAS, by the time the 2026 academic year cycle starts, we have presence at all 76 institutions of higher learning. What we are doing at a management and board level is determining the appropriate regional human resource structure and infrastructure for the implementation of the regionalization project, again, in time for the 2026 academic year cycle. We have engaged with organized labor, and I'm happy to say, Chair, that they have come back to the table. One of the first steps that the board and the executive would have taken post the administration period is to request Labour and to re-establish the forums for engagement between the institution and Labour. So that is the consultative forum and the bargaining forum. So Labour's request is that, because I was concerned that too many matters were being escalated directly to the CCMA without internal processes having been followed. So Labour is not opposed to the regionalization project, provided that they are consulted on the project as per the provisions of the Labour Relations Act. I think a lot of our presentation today has focused on the system-related issues. The board has outlined a digital transformation strategy. It is going to be challenging in nature, but we have outlined the roadmap to shift the organization towards a positive future state. This will enable us to be tech-savvy and to improve the student-centered model. We have to dream big but execute small when it comes to ICT, and some of the things that we're taking into account is that we're unlikely to have a fully fledged new system by the time the 2026 academic year starts. So we can't just say, put our heads back and say, well, the system is what it is. We are busy with the enhancement to the existing system to address the inefficiencies, both internal and external. What we are targeting is a fully fledged ERP and CRM prior to the start of the 2027 academic year. This needs to include compliance with POPIA, the requisite cybersecurity controls, data management and data policies, system uptime targets, digitization of historical records. Yeah, I went to public school in Limpopo, Chair. My apologies. Our digital transformation approach, due to the challenge that we've experienced with ICT in the past, as well as the ICT procurement and contracts which are under investigation by the SIU, and due to the urgency with which NSFAS is required to upgrade and transform its digital infrastructure, the board has recommended that we approach National Treasury for systematic support in our digital transformation strategy. We've also co-opted to the ICT committee two experienced skilled technology officers from listed entities to advise the board on the digital transformation strategy. With that, Chair, we've reached the conclusion, but let me maybe say as a final point is that I think largely where we find ourselves is in this kind of firefighting mode, and we are committed to resolving the issues as and when they come about and to respond to every single issue that arrives at our desk, whether it be related to appeals, student accommodation, or anything else. But let me say that this is not a sustainable way of running an organization here. And that a lot of what I think happens can be resolved through proper planning. I don't really understand why we are sitting in May and still confirming registrations or dealing with appeals here. If we know, and we know that the academic year starts towards the end of January, early February every year, I don't understand why, before we go on break in December, we don't understand what our enrollment targets are at our institutions of higher learning, why we don't have a student accommodation plan for each institution, why we haven't had set a deadline for submission of academic results here. Because if we have that guiding policy and framework, and we intend to start the planning for 2026 with the sector now, to have the policies, the guiding frameworks, and the service level agreements to guide that. Because yes, people are not going to meet their deadlines, but then we need to have the mechanisms to hold them accountable, and the committee needs to have the mechanisms to hold us accountable. But if we plan properly and consult properly and hold each other accountable, I see no reason why these issues are not fixable going into the future, and why students can't receive a much more structured support mechanism from the scheme. With that, Chair, I'll pause and hand back to you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Any closing remarks, Chair?
No, I just want to say thank you to Wasim for his presentation, and I will reserve closing remarks, Chair.
No, thank you very much. It's 11 o'clock now. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 30, 1 hour, 30, 1 hour, 30. So we will have 15 minutes each on questions. It's an interactive session, so NSFAS, I'm going to ask you, when you are responding, members are going to be clear who they are sending their question to. And if the question is not supposed to be answered by you, please send it to the relevant person and try as much as possible to go to the point. Because members have only 15 minutes while we were sitting this afternoon. So, you are saying? Oh, yeah. So, I would really plead with you to let's try and be straight to the point. Just a concern for you to note, colleagues, is that it's government policy in South Africa that upon receipt of a valid invoice, our policy says that you must pay within 30 days. And NSFAS still owes accommodation providers 2023 academic year, 2024 academic year. And others have not been paid in 2025. We have received a complaint, CEO, from your accommodation providers who are doing, who are providing you accommodation in Limpopo. They met with your team on Monday. The meeting was shifted to yesterday, but yesterday your team did not speak to them, and therefore they decided to complain to us. They claim that they are owed the whole year. There's a spreadsheet that they've sent to us. Does not look good, colleagues. That I know there are others who wrote to us last month from KwaZulu-Natal, where one lady who used to have about 80 beds, the bank took her property because you guys were not paying them. So they've lost property and they had submitted everything to yourselves from their side. And CEO, these ones were verified NSFAS students. There's no question of whether that house students were not verified to be NSFAS. But NSFAS had not paid. They tried to plead to the banks. The banks wanted their money. And this lady lost the 80 beds that she had had for about 6 years or 7 years. And it can be, colleagues. You see, even when we respond to this, we must be, these members, what they are going to ask you, I want to tell you now, 99.5% of what they are going to ask you, they already know, they've got that information. So when you respond knowing that they know. I always say that teachers, I'm a child of a teacher, teachers ask you questions they already know the answers to. They stand there in class and they say, what is the answer to this question? They know the answer. Chair of NSFAS, a lecturer at some point. You know, you ask this student in the lecture room, you already know the answer. You've said you've prepared for your class. Whatever you are going to ask them there in the test or an exam, you already know the answer. You ask, so let's assume that these members, they know what they're going to ask you. So I'm going to note members. It will be 15 minutes each. I'll start with you, Honorable Khabo. I'll go to you, Honorable Maseko. No. I'll go to Honorable Khachao. I'll go to, no, don't, you'll be number 2, Honorable Kha. Honorable Kha just threatens me all the time, you know. Honorable Lonzi, I'll go to you, Honorable Maseko, Honorable Gubane, Honorable Desiree, Honorable Msazane, Honorable Souls, and Honorable Low. You know, I've got an alarm, so when I put an alarm, when it rings, colleagues, please. So let's try to be as to the point as possible so that we cover as much questions as possible. Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me not waste time by greetings as we have already done so, Chairperson, and go straight to issues that are important. Chairperson, as you are aware that we have been celebrating Freedom Day on the 27th of April. And as we are celebrating Freedom Day, majority of students, especially young people, were arguing that they are not free because of they are still trapped in the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. And that is not a debate that we are ready to have, because in all honesty, they are telling the truth. But some of these young people who are not happy about Freedom Day celebration are students. And these are students who are mainly from rural areas or small dorpies. Dr. Karen, you can put it in that way in Afrikaans. Myself, I'm from a small dorp, I'm from Christian, I'm from the Northwest Province, one of the rural provinces in this country. Let me go straight to the issue that affects our constituents. You can see that we are young, so obviously we have grown through the ranks, so we will not be speaking of things that we do not know of. Student accommodation is a problem, a serious problem. I'll deal with other issues. I would want to understand with you, with your letter that you had sent on the 7th of March, are you aware of the financial implication? Let me give you an example. At the beginning of the year, students are signing lease agreements with the landlords. And the chair, you have correctly captured it in terms of the financial implication from the side of the institution, in terms of having a planned income from the side of the students. That on its own has financial implications on both sides. Now, when you are releasing on a letter on the 7th of March, when already people have signed, let's assume that it's a yearly or it's a 1-year contract, it has its own financial implications. I want to check with you. Were you aware of the financial implication that students are going to incur? That is number one. Number two, who's going to take responsibility of the financial implication incurred by the student? Between the CEO and the chair, I think my focus will be on the two of you as the both head and administrative responsible.
We can answer now, yeah.
I think that question is best answered by the CEO. Wasim?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think if we reflect, right, on the cap on unaccredited accommodation, let's first recognize that it is the least ideal situation that we want to be faced with. That we don't want a situation where a student is, one, staying in an unaccredited property, two, where an allowance is being paid directly to them. So in recognizing those two things, we have to come up with a mechanism for certain campuses in predominantly rural areas to account for the fact that there is insufficient campus or private accredited accommodation here. Now, for me, in recognizing that, perhaps the debate we need to have is the cap that NSFAS has set. Is that sufficient to meet the obligations of students so that they have a decent student journey through the system? And if it is not, what is the work that we can go back and do to increase the amount to be able to, one, continue to be financially sustainable, but two, be able to support the student in at least accessing and being able to pay for a decent enough accommodation. But finally, recognizing that that amount cannot be equivalent to what you would pay for a full private accredited accommodation. Because if we pay a full amount, we are creating a disincentive for people to meet the requisite norms and standards to be in accredited accommodation. So if it means that we must go back and do a reassessment of area by area about, where it is sufficient and where it is insufficient, then let us go back and do that exercise and commit to a time frame. But I think perhaps I just need some guidance from the committee chair about dealing with what I don't think is necessarily a simple problem. How best do we want an increase of the amount? And how best do we go about increasing that amount so that at least we manage that situation for the rest of this academic year going forward? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Kaba, I'll just stop your, because I don't think the CEO answered the basis of your question, but I'll stop your time. So CEO, we're not saying that it's correct to have unaccredited. We don't want, no one wants unaccredited, because in 2022, State of the Nation address, Honorable Khakha, when debating at SONA, 2023, SONA, or was it 2024? I can't remember now. 24, indicated that at Letaba TVET College, there were unaccredited, well, it was, in fact, there it was just corruption. But there were, students were put in sheds. Omikuku, yeah, right? Where we were paying as NSFAS 4,000 or so. But when NSFAS looked at the application for this, you had received different pictures. So you are scammed by the institution, right? And the question there says, on unaccredited, the basis here is that in the middle of the semester, actually at the end of the trimester of TVET colleges, you take a decision it's the correct decision to say we must punish those who are unaccredited. We agree. Those who are unaccredited must be punished. But when you punish them on the 7th of March, in the middle of the term or the semester, at the end of the trimester, first trimester, you are creating a problem because we have students who are staying and signed leases at those unaccredited because it's what you have done all the years. So they've signed. When you take it to 2.5, somebody must pay for it. And it will be this child that your system says, they are SASSA beneficiaries, there's no one at home working. Now we are creating a situation where at the end, these students will not graduate because they owe an institution or they owe somebody. I don't know how they have this argument. So that is why the argument is that NSFAS in the middle of the term, somebody was just saying, NSFAS is like waking up in the middle of the night and taking a decision. So this is how it happened with the 10,300 students at the beginning of, in the middle of last year, where we've taken, it's happening now, CO, where you are incorrect, where you are correctly defunding students at universities who had applied for TVET psyche. Where you are correctly doing it, but your system approved them. And you made commitments to university. So the argument there is the timing of these decisions and who then becomes responsible for the shortfalls that will be there. I mean, in 2017, somebody who had one big organization had borrowed him a power of becoming president. In his capacity as president of the country, declared from 2018 would have free education in South Africa. The policy of the big organization, but it was announced by somebody. I can't remember his name now, but so so we said we want free education. But the argument then is, when we have these shortfalls, and a student will fund them, take them to the end, they pass, but they can't graduate. The argument then is, do we really have free education? Because we have created these shortfalls, and it happens on university-owned accommodation that we have co-funded with them. NSFAS says we're paying 5.5, they say we want 8,000 per bed. And four students sharing a room, literally a room. This size, I'm sure at universities they can have 20 students in this room. So 8,000 times 20, so they want 160,000 per month for a room like this. So we are creating a problem where people then say, we don't have free education because I can't graduate. So this is where the point of Honorable Kabo comes from, as CEO. If you can just answer him on this part. Press the button.
We are dealing with a graduate here. We are not dealing with an NQF level 3 person. The question was straightforward. Are you aware of the financial implication and who's going to take responsibility? We have said in your presentation, majority of students who are benefiting from NSFAS are those who are also benefiting from SASA. So I'm a child of a truck driver. I went to TVET college. I can't afford. Who's going to fill up the balance, because of the problem is not on my side?
Thanks, Chair. So I think what we can say is that we recognize the challenge that has been caused both by the value as well as the timing of the decision on the cap on unaccredited accommodation. We will go back and review that. In any event, we are receiving a number of complaints around it. Of course, these decisions have financial implications, so we will assess those financial implications. But we do commit that the current situation is not sustainable, and that we will make a decision about an increase in the value so that it better supports the current system in which we are functioning. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me rather stick to the TVET based on what you have just said. Chairperson, you have correctly indicated that the trimester, the first one came to an end. And obviously we had students whose allowances were not paid timelessly, whose private accommodation was not paid. And as a result, some of them were kicked out. Some of them are suffering from mental health care problems. It has serious implications. I would want to check with you in terms of student private service providers. You said that all of them have been paid. Can you take us into confidence and confirm that indeed all service providers, private service providers have been paid? Because according to your report, that's what you have said. Can you confirm? Maybe I did not hear you properly.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you, I don't think we would have said that all private accommodation providers are paid. I think we would have indicated the scale of accommodation providers that are paid. So the report would have indicated that close to 3,900, if we look at 2025, 3,900 accommodation providers representing 100,000 students have been paid. I think the intention of that slide...
Sorry, while we are still there, you said out of 300 out of...
I don't want to say out of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Let's avoid that then. How much have you paid so far?
2025 or 2024?
2024.
2024, I have to get the slide open again.
Both 2024 and 2025. Because we are sitting with cases whereby service providers are claiming that they have not been paid, like the earlier example that the chair has made.
Yeah, I'll give you the number now. So
let me give you an example. You've got Mankwe campus in Obet in the northwest. They're in the fast gates close to Limpopo. As we speak now, the campus is closed. And part of the problem is that the issue of student accommodation, it's affecting the day-to-day running of the institution because of the accommodation is mainly outside. Now, students cannot go to classes because of they have not received their allowances. They cannot access their properties because of landlords are not allowing them to access. They cannot go and write exams. Can you get the scenario that I'm trying to paint?
I completely understand. So just to provide the figures, right? In 2024, we have 2,494 accommodation providers paid 2.9 billion, of representing 81,000 students. In 2025, we have 3,828 accommodation providers, representing 100,000 students paid 1.3 billion to date. Now, if you take, what I'm trying to present is that you don't have a collapse of people entirely not being paid here, right? They are payments which happen every month which go to accommodation providers. The system has a great deal of inefficiencies in that it does not completely pay accommodation providers. There are many ongoing glitches which need to be reconciled to determine why certain accommodation providers get paid and why others don't. There are multiple steps in the process. So, for example, you need to confirm that a student is registered at an institution. You need to confirm that the institution itself agrees with the accommodation in which the student is placed. Yeah. There needs to be a lease agreement which is uploaded onto the portal that's signed by the landlord and by the student here. So in some cases, you'll find when you go back and you investigate that a step in that process may have been missed and that the landlord is not paid as a result. In some cases, like when I explained the Eastern Cape situation, NSFAS made a mistake. We were supposed to pay 3 months, we paid 1 month. Yeah. The point I'm emphasizing is to say we are not operating in a perfect system. When I got to NSFAS in March, the issue of 2024 was a major issue. We received complaints on an almost daily basis relating to 2024 accommodation unpaid allowances. Because we were dealing with the start of the 2025 academic year, I asked the team what is realistic for us to be able to go back and pay 2024. On the 2nd of May, on the 5th of May, we released a communication to say we want to receive all outstanding 2024 claims through a claim process, and we intend settling all of those by the 31st of May. But in addition to that, creating an appeal mechanism to say, if I am not paid, how do I appeal that and prove my case to say, I've got NSFAS students staying with me, here is all of my paperwork, this is my motivation that I'm putting forward, why was I not included in the payment? So that as it relates. As it relates to 2025, yes, I know there are sporadic issues, but we are clearing those on a day-to-day basis. Right now, if I look at our dashboard, I see that the issues are predominantly in KZN and Limpopo, and we're working on those ones there. We're working with the accommodation providers, with the solution partners. Honorable members, there's no quick fix to what we're dealing with here. It is going to take a few months for us to be, and I apologize for that here. We did not inherit a perfect system at NSFAS, and I don't want to blame anybody, but we have to, because on the other side of this, if we pay accommodation providers who are housing students who do not have a valid registration certificate, when the Auditor General comes and presents to this committee and says NSFAS paid for students who do not appear on the database, we are equally held accountable for that. Yeah. So we have to follow process to make sure. And we're following process in a very imperfect system. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, CEO. Look, CEO, you might be making sense to me, but to students who are disgruntled and vulnerable, sleeping in the street, you are not making sense. I must be honest with you, Honorable CEO. You are speaking of systematic glitches. That makes it difficult for you to process some of these things. Amongst others, you're speaking of payment. I wanted to understand, according to you, what are those systematic challenges? Because one, I think it's last month, where you enormously paid student private accommodation providers fees into the accounts of students. I think it's last month, if I heard it correctly. And yet, it's March, 2 months ago. And yet again, you are continuously raising the issue of the system. I think, Chair, you'll just indicate after the CEO as to what would you do to the person who pressed enter and wrongfully paid, putting money into the students rather than into the. I want to check with you, according to you, what are those systematic glitches? And now that you are an operational person, CEO, how are you correcting it? Because clearly it's costing us and it's creating problems. I mean, if we are to tell you the stories that we have heard when we were doing oversight, you'd realize that in a way we are largely creating a crisis for this country and creating a crisis in terms of budget, because some of the students end up sleeping with older people, end up being pregnant, end up having children, end up being infected with all of these diseases. Can you clarify this systematic? Because this system that you are speaking of is costing us. It's the very system that almost costed us elections. And suddenly we saw people skyrocketing.
I don't know what you mean almost.
Thanks, Chair. So if I was to explain the current NSFAS system, as opposed to an envisaged system, what you have at the moment is largely an application and a confirmation system. So students apply to the system. Yes, it's online. They input their data. It has the ability for them to upload supporting documents to support household income. That goes through a caseworker who is able to either approve or reject, go through an appeal process where additional documents can be updated. And it has the capacity to interface with institutional systems to be able to then say, can we confirm this student against registration data? So institutions have the ability to interface with the NSFAS system and match that student against the registered course or study that they're studying at an institution of higher learning. That is the matching principle. So once a student is confirmed as registered that they meet the criteria, they qualify for payment. Payment of different things, tuition, allowances, payment of a private accommodation provider. Now, what you then have is you have no integration between your payment system and your application and student management system, which means all of your data coming out of your student application system needs to be downloaded here and put into different types of spreadsheets. So let's take TVET allowances as an example. You extract all of your TVET students which are confirmed as registered. You have all of their individual names, surnames, ID numbers, bank account numbers, bank accounts to go through a verification process. You match them against their correct allowance value. You put that into very large spreadsheets, which are then uploaded for payment into your banking system once they're done with the verification and the due diligence process, and it goes through a payment system. So you have no integration between your application and your student system with your payment systems in the organization. Now, ideally, in a modern day system, what you would have is a situation where all of that is managed on one system. So that once a student is confirmed as registered, their banking details are verified on the same system. That creates a payment file which runs through your bank account and makes it much simpler. Right now, we're adding 10 steps in between the process, which leads to errors, which leads to late payments, which leads to inaccuracies that are happening. I want to clarify to say the payment made to students for accommodation was not an incorrect payment. Those are students which claimed accommodation but were not linked to an accommodation provider. And therefore, it was necessary. Those students would have slept on the streets if we did not pay that accommodation allowance. We communicated that with the students to say that that payment was an accommodation allowance. That represents a small population. It represents 12,000 students of the overall population of 800,000 here. So it's less than, it's about 1% of the students who were paid that. And we had to do that, otherwise those students would not have had accommodation for those months there, and we would have ended up with a major problem here. We mediated between students and landlords to say where students received accommodation allowance, they are obligated to pay those over to accommodation providers. But I want to say again, we are working in an imperfect system. And these issues are not going to be resolved in 30 days or 60 days. It is going to take us a number of months to be able to fix that here. What we're doing is to build in the requisite due diligence and verification so that on the other side, when the Auditor General comes and presents to MPs, that you don't say to us, we are making ongoing incorrect decisions, incorrect payments. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Khakha.
Chairperson, it's fine. I'll submit in writing. I think the CEO was correctly briefed in terms of his responses. He's chowed a lot of my time. I can't come back. I accept, Chairperson. Sorry.
Just close the mic. Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chair. I've said in joking that the CEO is a trained spin doctor. So we hear him very well when he communicates. CFO, let's have a chat about Tshwane North, Tshwane South, Mopani, Tivet College, Duurloop, Capricorn, Waterberg, Letaba, CUT, Motel. These are institutions that fall under the Tshwane, Limpopo, Free State and the Northern Cape regions. Let's first start here. In March, there were payments of, I think it was 13,400 rands, if I'm not mistaken, or 13K there, that were made that are obviously above the amount that was supposed to be made of 5,000 rands. Do you have an understanding of this and what happened there? I mean, can we pause my time while you take notes? I mean, I think you should know. Yes, it is.
So it's similar situation, right? It's what I would have explained previously. We've got students who are claiming the accommodation allowance, which is not linked to a private accommodation provider. And therefore, the allowance is paid directly to the student. Why it exceeds the amount is because it's for a number of months. I think when we facilitated the payment in March, we were paying allowances for both February and March, and that's possibly why it exceeds the amount that was paid.
Can I
But-
pause you, CEO?
Yeah.
When I ask you, I expect you to know the true bone of the problem. It's not for you to have a possibility of a reason why you are responding,
Understood,
but to know for a fact why what happened. So if you're going to respond to say 13,000 rand as opposed to 5,000 rand was paid, this is the reason. You should say that with your chest.
All right, no, thank you. But I think in that being said, we have allowances are structured across a number of things, right? So allowance includes possibly accommodation, it includes living allowance, it includes the personal care allowance, and we can break that down in a spreadsheet to indicate exactly how those payments were made up.
I'm gonna put
But
you there.
sometimes it's over a number of months as well, so you're not only paying for 1 month.
In the interest of time, can you give a spreadsheet that justifies the 13K? But then the issue here also in extension, and I was hoping your CFO could have been able to help, of the 2.3 million affecting this region, the student accommodation providers were only able to recover 700K out of that amount. Why is that the case?
So it's a difficult issue, but in some cases we have students who are refusing to pay accommodation allowances over to their accommodation providers. Yeah. So we are doing our best to mediate. The last case scenario for there is to deduct the amounts of future living allowances due to students, which is the ultimate last resort that we don't want to go down. But that's largely the issue we're faced with.
Let's have a chat about the decision. So how did you end up from moving from paying directly to a student to an accommodation provider and moving to pay towards students? And I'm asking this because this region in particular falls under, I think it's training young minds. That's your solution partner. And to me, it doesn't make sense that that only solution partner that these institutions falls under is the issue that we're discussing. That payments haven't been made to them, that there's still issues. They're currently threatening action against you. They're threatening that on Friday they're going to be protesting, and I think you know this. They're threatening to cut down on transport, on Wi-Fi, and pretty much lock the doors of student accommodation to students simply because there's a problem. So I need you to explain then why that solution partner is treated differently from other solution partners.
In short, that solution partner did not upload the requisite documentation to confirm the required payment to a private accommodation provider.
So you're saying on record to all the service providers that fall under the solution partner that the reason why payments have not been made, and in some instances some were not made directly and there was a mix-up of amounts, is because training young minds did not submit or upload the necessary information. I want you to repeat that because that's what
Yeah,
you said.
I think that's a bit of a stretch, is to say that if you, let's say that in the process of paying that batch, there was severe inefficiencies there that could not result in a payment through the solution partner. The requisite documents were not there to be able to facilitate that payment, and therefore the students were required to be paid directly. In terms of, you would have to get a more detailed report on exactly what those inefficiencies are. I don't necessarily want to blame the solution partner until we would have received a
I mean, you
thorough
just
report
did.
on
I don't know who the acting chairperson is. I will assume it's you and I, the deputy chairperson. The reason why I said you're a spin doctor is because it takes one to know one. And I listened to you very carefully. I'm not raising this because it's fun. The bottom line is that that whole region is complaining, or the series of TVET colleges, of student accommodation providers who are threatening mass destruction for students who are going to be left without accommodation, students who are going to be left without services. And in your words, you can't now say in your second response you think it's a stretch. Because you, in your own words, CEO, said that the reason why you haven't been paying, and in some instances you have paid short, is because there is information from the service provider side that is a problem. And the service providers are fighting all the time to say, but that is not true. So if that is your submission, because I have 8 minutes left and I need to move on to another issue, then I want to dare you to be the one to take responsibility, to submit then publicly what is it that these service providers were supposed to give NSFAS that they have failed to give NSFAS, which then justifies. Then the onus will be on them to prove that either they're lying or you are lying or somebody doesn't know. But before I move on, I have an additional question. Who are within the chain of distribution of responsibilities, specifically oversees training young minds?
So let's take a step back. Right?
I have 8 minutes. Answer the question directly.
I want to say, on the issue of solution partners, accreditation partners, NSFAS and institutions, there are multiple dependencies and responsibilities here, right? Confirming registration, uploading of lease agreements. So you cannot only blame a solution partner.
I
When
said to you,
dependencies can go wrong across the
I
board.
need you to help me here. I asked you a direct question. So answer it. And I'm asking you because I have questions to ask.
Yeah.
So I don't need you to
I'm saying that there's
answer.
failure dependencies here that is resulting in late payments or underpayments. You can't say who because there's multiple. Problems can be on the institution side, can be on NSFAS side, can be on the solution partner side. You can't attribute blame to one institution or one individual.
Okay. So you are saying currently as it stands, you do not have 100% full overview of what the root of the problem as far as this particular solution partner is concerned.
No, and that's why we would have instituted a full legal review of the project here to be able to tell that.
That is okay. I'm going to. So we went on oversight to the University of the Free State in March, and part of the request I had made was for NSFAS to stay behind to resolve issues for students, which they did and that I appreciate. I, however, want to read you a quick email that I have received from the student representation unit of the institution. I'm going to quickly say, Dear Honorable Khakhawa, I'm writing to you to urgently request your immediate intervention on the escalating and now critical crisis regarding the delayed disbursement of NSFAS funding for students whose appeals were approved at the University of the Free State. I'm going to skip a paragraph. It says, this decision has created a catastrophic situation for affected students. We have not received any funding since the beginning of the semester. Many of us who are now facing imminent evictions from our accommodation due to the lack of proof of funding, and we're still struggling to afford basic necessities like food. Compounding that crisis, we are now approaching the exam period next month, and we face the very difficult threat of deregistration and being forced to return home if these approved NSFAS funds are not received by the 31st of May 2025, and we are unable to pay tuition and registration fees, and our ability to focus on our studies during this critical time is severely compromised by our precarious living conditions and lack of food. A large number of students affected by this devastating situation are in their final year of study. This funding delay is not only preventing us from completing our degrees, but is also leaving us in a state of extreme vulnerability and hardship. So, and then the list goes on. So I'm trying to understand what happened, because you went there, you had issues with appeals, you left 5 days later and you said the issues were resolved. Why then am I receiving an email that says that we have been informed by the university that they have received instruction from NSFAS to hold the allocation of funds to these approved appeal cases? I don't know who can respond to that.
Yeah, Chair will allow the COO to respond to that question.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. So I think what should be emphasized is that we want to make sure that as far as possible, all the payments are made. And we seek to ensure and to understand exactly what would have been the problem. And we did send a team from our side to go there and understand all of the challenges, exceptions in particular, to say what are those challenges so that they can be resolved. And in our understanding, a greater majority of those issues were actually attended to, and we were able to then say we will be in a position to can pay. So there are a few exceptions where there was an issue of funded but not paid. And I think it's important for the committee to understand that before disbursements can occur, institutions must upload and complete the registration templates, and this is now pertains to the process. And then NSFAS must then process and approve these templates before releasing the payments. And that is important because we have to go through it, because we need to be able to make sure that each and every ID number is accounted for in terms of the rent that we're going to be paying. And therefore, there is an allocation that cannot be approved without this verification.
Can I pause you, COO?
Yeah.
The issue here is simple. Your team was there.
Yes.
Students are within the financial aid office. They're there in the institution. They are there within the institution. They're saying this is our registration status. It's pending your guys' approval of our funding. You give them approval. The university says, "Sharp zindo, kumnandi, let's get on track." And then after you leave, the university tells students that they received communication from you, which is an instruction to hold the allocation of funds to these approved appeal cases. So I don't understand. Is it UFS that is lying to people, or is it you that told UFS that the approved cases that you are dealt with must now be turned around?
No, ordinarily we wouldn't do that.
You didn't do that?
No.
So you're saying on record the University of the Free State is lying to students, the management is lying to students
No,
who
I
have
think-
approved?
Okay, so I think we just need to get a better understanding, of what it exactly means. But from our case, we cannot say that.
It's
we
clear,
should not
COO,
pay.
and I understand your predicament, but it's very clear. So you go, you solve issues of appeals. They are submitted, they are solved, you move on, you move. When you come back, the same students that you resolved, the university comes back and says, "No, but we can't have you anymore because there's a glitch," whatever. So if you are saying on your end you haven't changed anything, then you are pretty much saying the problem is with the University of the Free State. I'll take it up with the University of the Free State, but I wanted you to have it on record that as NSFAS you were saying you help students and you haven't changed your communication to the University of Free State as far as the approval of funding for students is concerned. You haven't given out an instruction contrary to the one you left to the University of the Free State.
We did not.
Okay, that's fine. This brings me to the missing middle funding, CEO. I understand that you are communicating that there is a challenge as far as the uptake is concerned. But my real collection says that the application process for the middle class was neither here nor there during the beginning of the year. And even when you were dealing with allocations of funds and allocations of an assessment in the beginning of this academic year, you hadn't solved even the staff allocation to deal with that problem. That's a fact. Number two, when people are applying, you were conflating the SAR status versus the Baru status for parents, which means that what the Baru says and what SARS say obviously put me in an economically different position, which you would understand better than I do as a CA. Have you resolved that? And how have you resolved it?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you, Chair. I think where things are as it relates to loans. So, all loan applications have been assessed, right? All 2025 loan applications have been assessed. Those which met the criteria for a bursary have been converted into a bursary, and students have been duly informed. Those that did not meet either academic or eligibility criteria have equally been informed, and those that are funded have been informed of their funding and their disbursement process. The loans does have an appeals attached to it as well, so we can provide the status on loan appeals if there are any, but that's where we are. As it relates to issues of staff allocation, and the loan applications were assessed in their entirety. I have mentioned in the presentation that I think NSFAS does take on board functions without building requisite capacity, but that's something we can address going down the line. The funding for the missing middle has been granted to us for 3 years. There's a substantial balance on that funding which is to be utilized, and therefore we need to build the capacity to be able to administer.
SARS versus Baru?
Yeah, so I think that's a bigger problem than just on the loans, right? SARS data is the most effective data as the custodian of all tax affairs in South Africa. Now, because of previous mistakes, SARS terminated its relationship with NSFAS, and therefore for the 2025 academic cycle, NSFAS could not use SARS data for the application cycle. And therefore, we've had to revert to using data from credit bureaus. We have taken steps. We meet with SARS on a monthly basis. There was internal controls that they wanted us to be able to build, these related to policies and governance, which we are addressing on a monthly basis, so that by the time we get to the 2026 academic year, we have rebuilt our relationship with SARS and we are able to access and place reliance on their data.
Thank you, Honorable Lonze.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to try to run through these because I've got quite a few questions. Greetings, CEO, Chair. I know both of you are fairly new, but I do want to wish that you have at least brought in a team that would have been in the entity for some time. So if you don't have answers to some of these questions, Chair or CEO, feel free to give them to the other members of NSFAS who would have been there long before. I want to start with the question of defunding very quickly. CEO, imagine a scenario, someone comes from a rural province, say Limpopo, Eastern Cape. They are accepted by the National Student Financial Aid Scheme. They go and study in Cape Town because they've received the offer. In fact, they even start receiving allowances. They get payments. They are paid in February, they are paid in March, April, June. They are doing their courses. They are passing, they are writing tests, they are writing exams. And then, boom, in June, they are defunded. Do you agree, CEO, that even if there were strong, compelling reasons, would you agree with me that that is certainly not the time to defund a student, especially when they would have moved and started? Let's say you've got correct reasons. This person was not supposed to be funded to begin with. Now, why do you make them travel, CFO, all the way? Because you have given them that certainty. You have given them that promise. They've entered a social contract with NSFAS that I'm traveling all the way to Cape Town to study at UCT because I've received funding from this government. I've written my first test, I've passed, I've written an exam, I've submitted my assignments. I'm on the course of finishing my qualification as a student. And then, because NSFAS says, we made an error, it was supposed to be TVET, funding. No, it's university. No, there was a system glitch. In June, I'm defunded. Just quickly your views on that, CEO. Again, I know you are new, so you can give it to the other members as well.
Yeah, thanks. Through you, Chair. Perhaps let the COO respond to the reasons for defunding, and then I'll give my view here.
Press this side.
Oh, yes, thank you very much, Chair. So I think with regards to the reasons for defunding, this had a lot to do with the sort of data that we had. And it speaks to the systems that we have in terms of saying that, are we able to determine do we have enough data that's able to determine financial eligibility?
So, sorry to interject, Chair. I get the reasons. I did say the reasons may be correct. But look at the social impact. You have given someone funding, they've traveled all the way to Cape Town, then you defund them. Like, is it correct to defund someone in the middle of the academic year? Is that not something that was supposed to be well dealt with by NSFAS in the previous year, so that you don't give that person an offer to begin with if you're of the view that they're not supposed to get an offer?
Yeah. So I think that is why, excuse me, that is why, Chairperson, it's important to make sure that we start the preparations for the following year very early.
So you accept that it's wrong to defund
Yes.
someone in the middle of the year?
It's not
Thank you, COO. And let me go to the next question with respect. Just quickly, COO, you don't have to be long on this one. How far are we with the loan applications? Because I know there were some delays in terms of the missing middle people. You can just give a rough one-word answer in terms of percentage. We've covered X percent or so, yeah.
Thanks, Honorable Lonsi. I think through you, Chair, all loan applications have been assessed and final decisions have been communicated. That's the view I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. With student accommodation, I think a lot of the members really have spent a lot of time talking about the collapsing state of student accommodation. In fact, part of the reason we lost a life of a student in Walter Sisulu University, amongst many other reasons, was because the students were fighting for the horrible, inhumane state of student accommodation. And you have got companies that are accrediting these places. So again, maybe CFO, let me start with, I'll just need a quick response from you here. Because who accredits, what are the names of these companies that accredit student accommodation?
Chair, through you, there are 39 companies who are accreditation partners. I can give you want all of the names?
Yeah, I think you can share that with me.
Okay.
And then the follow-up question to that is that every month these companies are given 5% of the money that NSFAS pays. And we're told that this 5% is some type of a working fee or servicing fee. Now, CFO, let's take an accommodation that provides for 300 students. Now, the only time these companies do work is when they go and accredit. So they perform the service once. So Sihle goes there, is an ANC comrade linked to some NSFAS people. He goes and he accredits. No, just on a lighter note, Chair. He goes and accredits, let's say, about 300 students. We're paying per head about 4,500. So we're looking at 3.1 million rands that we're paying for these 300 students in this accommodation. And then this guy accredits this thing once, but we pay him 5% every month. So he's getting about 67,500 rands every month for a service that is only performed once. Because it's not like these people, they go back to check every month. Is this accommodation still at a state that it was supposed to be? And do you know how I know that they don't check? Because NSFAS says to us we were tricked. The university provided pictures that says that this accommodation is in the correct state. But when we went to go check, we discovered that actually this is a shack. So that's a clear admission from NSFAS that there is no constant check-up by these students, by these 37 private accommodation providers. Now, I want to find out, COO or CEO, anyone in NSFAS, how much have we spent on these private service providers who are given a responsibility to go and accredit student accommodation in South Africa?
Thanks, Honorable Nancy. Through you, Chair. So I think I'm going to take a moment to explain what I understand to be the student accommodation process. And I think here it is very important to clarify, Chair, that this is a system that the board and myself inherited at NSFAS. But what you have, even before we bring the intermediaries into it, is you have students, you have private accommodation providers, and you have institutions, right? Now, there are two types of intermediaries which exist. One is the accreditation partners. An accreditation partner's role is to go out and verify accommodation, give it a classification, and give it a grade. The 39 accreditation partners receive, and I'll give you the amounts here, if they accredit between 1 to 20 beds, they receive 160 Rand. If they accredit 21 to 50 beds, it's 120 Rand. 51 to 100 beds, it's 100 Rand. And more than 100 beds, it's 80 Rand. That money is not paid by NSFAS, it's paid by the solution partner to the accreditation partner. The solution partners are 4 intermediaries who handle different regions in South Africa, who have the responsibility for designing online portals on which private accommodation providers can list accommodation. So private accommodation providers log on to the portal, they list their private accommodation, it's referred to an accreditation partner who will go and accredit, give it a relative grade, and then when a student gets to campus, they can log on to that portal, choose their accommodation. The portal is also used to upload the lease agreement and elements such as that there. The solution partners receive 5%. They receive 5%, which is deducted from the landlord's payment. So the allowance table that you see from NSFAS, if somebody is paid 52,000, which is a metro rate for private accommodation, they will receive 52,000 less 5%, which the solution partner retains as services for the utilization of their portal.
So, sorry to, with respect, CEO, because I've got limited time, but I do want to understand, what are these solution partners receiving the 5% for?
Yeah, I've paused your time because
Okay. All right.
I'm allowing him to explain the differences, and then I'll allow you to do the follow-up.
So let me say that the solution partners receive that fee for the utilization of their online portal. They also have to use that fee, I assume, to pay the accreditation partners for facilitating the monthly invoicing and payment and all of those kind of things. Let me also say, Honorable Lonsi, through you, Chair, is that we have, the board and management find these contracts to be deeply problematic. The nature of the system indicates to us that there are problems. But there is contractual law in South Africa here. While we may not have signed those contracts, we are bound by them, which is why we would have instituted a legal review into the solution partners as well as their accreditation partners. In addition to that, the SIU has also flagged this complex accommodation process for review and is at the initial stages of the investigation of the process, and I'm sure they will make recommendations. While we are here, we are stuck with this process here. There is no alternative. And my concern is that the system can't be shut down overnight. That is why you'll see we worded the presentation to say we are developing a transitional framework for student accommodation. Because what we don't want to create, we agree the current system does not work. What we don't want to create is a mass-based eviction of students overnight that has the potential to create instability across the country. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, maybe he may have used accommodation accreditation people. May have entertained or used this with the solution providers. But the question that he has asked, which we have not answered, is that you have a contract. You are saying you are a solution provider. Your job is to facilitate the payment of accommodation providers that have been accredited. So those ones, the 30-something ones that you're talking about, they've done the job once, they're done. They don't get paid again. Done. Even the accreditation, sometimes even them, they had no ethics, by the way. Some of them were going to Msazana's properties and saying, according to norms and standard, you are supposed to be graded grade D, but I can give you grade A, give me something. That is done. That is one part on one side. What he's asking about is this 5% of these solution partners. Their job, Honorable Loans, is to facilitate invoices from accommodation providers, submit those invoices to NSFAS. NSFAS pays the solution partners money, then they pay the accommodation provider. So the 5% is there. They are, what do you call it? They're just distributing funds, and then they're getting 5%. And we've asked this question before, and your answers is that no, they get 1%, 1%. In fact, when we were at oversight in Tshwane South, in Centurion, Honorable Nguban, they were there. They explained the other PSHA. They said, we have asked, and then this is what NSFAS says to us. 1%, there are 4 solution partners. 1% goes to solution A, solution B, solution C, and then 1% goes to NSFAS. So this is where the 5% comes from. But why would the 3 providers, and this is what I asked in that meeting, just that you NSFAS, you are getting, what do you call it, inducted. It was on your induction day when we were there. And we said, it does not make, it smells bad. Because, like I've said before, all these members, they come from constituencies where these people live. Now I go to church, I'm a church person. I go to church with people who provide these services. So they will tell you, one solution provider is given a province. I'm making an example. Free State. I forgot their name. Somebody gave it to me. Knew something in it. Free State, it's these people. It's only one solution provider given to Free State. So if you take 5% from Sikhelon's properties, where are you taking the... Yeah, yeah, no, I know one lot less, but I'm just making an example. So 1% will go to this, I think it's TNG. TNG what? Where is this 3% going? Because it's only one provider, solution provider doing service there. So you are charging 5% and you can't account for 3%. We asked you there in that meeting, and we said to your team that was the COO, if you remember, we said, go and investigate this. Go and sit down with it, take it to senior management and tell us. When we say it's 5%, and when we tell you, when we ask these questions, we know them. We're giving you the facts, detailed facts, intentionally to tell you when he's going to come with a follow-up. Assume that he knows, and then answer correct. If you don't know, CEO, you must say, I agree what you are saying, that we're just, we have a contractual agreement that we are trying to get ourselves out. But as we speak, there's this four solution, you call them solution providers, that are doing this job. Some of them are doing terrible. In fact, some of the accommodation that have not been paid, CEO, it's not because you are not refusing to pay. It's because there's a delay in them giving you the invoices for you to pay. Others, you have paid them, but they've not paid accommodation provider. So your team must tell you those things. They must tell you, CEO, we've got 4 solution providers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 are not performing. Well, there where they are, we've given them 200 million that they were supposed to disperse to accommodation provider. They've not done so because they want to get interest from that money without paying these providers. So if you don't know this detail, as CEO, just say it. Your team must brief you because, like I said, you go to church, others they meet me and Ombiza, you know, are people of churches. Others here they go to parties, they meet them there in in parties, so we know the detail. So just Honorable Lonzi, continue there, but that was the context that he was coming from. The solution partners getting 5% for work not done. If you can just answer him on that one so that I can start the process.
Maybe before you come in quickly, CEO, because I need a quick answer to this one. Does NSFAS need a middleman for this project? Because you have got accommodation providers, they are here. You've quantified them, you've done it very well here on the, so you know who these people are. Do you need to pay someone money to pay another person money? Like, what is that? And I don't buy, because I heard it before as well when we were at that oversight, where they say, no, this money is not coming from NSFAS, this money is coming from the landlord. It's not true. Because if NSFAS is paying 4,500, that 5% that the landlord pays to these dodgy 4 companies that we don't know, maybe you must also give us their names, CEO. It's coming from that 4,500. So it's government money, it's our money. Because where are these landlords getting this money from? Why does, and this is the same problem we had with Izaga, Tenet Technologies, those 4 things of the middleman allowances, which almost collapsed NSFAS last year. I understand this was before your time. Why? Because comrades want to eat. So they create unnecessary middlemen. So comrades. So they create an unnecessary middleman because when you answer, I'm also going to ask you because in your presentation, you rightfully say, look, we've failed to do this thing at university level. So we're now giving money to the universities to run this process, some of them at least. But for the TVETs, I think the middlemen are still there. And that is where the problem comes. Because you think that you're outsourcing the problem. But because these solution providers are faceless, we don't know them. When we don't get allowances as students, we're going to fight with you, NSFAS. Even though you are saying, no, you have given the money to this. So do you agree with me? We don't need these people. In fact, that 5%, when I count it, I mean, if you go to 2024, and you say you've paid about 81,000 and you spent about 2.9 billion rands on student accommodation. Now, when you consider 5% of 2.9 billion, it's about 145 million rands. To do what? Like, we are just making people rich at the expense of students. We're giving these people 145 million rands just to take an invoice and give it to NSFAS and accredit once, and then they disappear, they don't do anything after that. CEO, chair of NSFAS, all of us can agree this is wrong. This is a crime. Like, this is something that must be top of the priority of NSFAS. That 145 million rands that we spent in the 5% in 2024 could have been used to fund more students who are not receiving funding from NSFAS. Your comments on that, CEO?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Lonzi. I think that if I had the opportunity, I would not have designed the system as such. It is an overtly complex system that is clearly not working. We would not be sitting with the complaints that we have if the system was working. What we are stuck with is contracts that have been signed, and we are happy to share copies of the contracts with honorable members if needs be. But we are stuck with contracts. And that is why we would have embarked on a process to say, we want a full legal review of this process. Not only of the contracts themselves, but going back to the NSFAS legislation about whether actually NSFAS should be involved in student accommodation, 1. 2, whether the appropriate feasibility study was done around the design. 3, about whether there was risk assessment that was undertaken. 4, about the signing of the contracts with the accreditation partners and solution partners. 5, about the payment gateways that are being used. 6, about performance standards, about whether they are being used appropriately. Now, we have, and I have indicated to the attorneys who are handling this matter that this legal review needs to be done as soon as possible. And we will share those findings with you here. So that, and part of that assessment includes commercial viability, right? Because whatever that legal review says, we must implement it. Whatever the SIU says, we must implement it. But also, I have a role as an accounting officer to be free from bias here, is to say, this process is handed over from legal review. That must come back and we must implement the recommendations. And we intend to implement the recommendations emanating from that there. But I want to conclude by saying, it is clear to me that the current system is not working. And it's not fair on anybody who is evolving, who operates in this ecosystem of student accommodation.
No, thank you, CEO. I'm closing, Chair. I don't know how much time I've got left. I saw on your presentation, you had put the date of 30th of April for the SIU to have this to sit on the special tribunal when it comes to moving the offices in Cape Town. I don't understand why we are paying so much, millions of money to have offices in Cape Town. I've been to those offices. You've got a nice view there, Table Mountain and waterfront and everything. And I don't know why you must have that nice view. We've got government buildings in Johannesburg. We've got government buildings in Pretoria that can be utilized by NSFAS. The chair will celebrate the Expropriation Act of Cyril. Utilize it, Chairperson. Expropriate unused government buildings or even private buildings without compensation, of course, and put NSFAS there, as opposed to NSFAS spending, I don't know, 2-point-something million every month or 12 million. So has that taken place? Because your presentation says 30 April and we're sitting in May, and it doesn't seem to communicate to us whether or not there's been an outcome about that particular process. I think after you respond, Chair, I'll be fine. The last point I'll ask, because I don't want to come back, when he responds, then he can finish, Chair, is that the argument you make for giving students money to stay in unaccredited student accommodation is that we've got a capacity problem of student accommodation. And I completely agree with that. Just because we don't have beds, I don't think we must not allow students to live. But we understand that these students, when they get this money, they get to be preyed on by vulture private accommodation providers, and they put them in the back rooms, they put them in the shacks, and they take the money from NSFAS. Have you not considered perhaps you must approach just that with you, comrades? When you talk like this, you then think of ways to make money out of it. But have you not considered approaching ethical business people in the sector, or even not business people, to enter some form of memorandum of understanding with them? To say that, look, we've got a capacity problem of student accommodation in South Africa. But obviously someone is not going to want to go build a student accommodation in some village somewhere if they don't have some form of a guarantee from NSFAS that, look, if you build here, at least for the next 5 years or so, we guarantee that we're going to put our students here. That could work in a very ethical environment. But the problem is that you're just going to start selling these MOUs and then nothing is going to. But have you looked into that to say, to increase the capacity, let's approach some of these big corporations or whatever, or even individuals to say, go and build in Lusikisiki, go and build in the deep rurals, and we say, we guarantee you can even take this to the bank and say that I've got this thing from NSFAS that says, if you finance my building in a village that doesn't have student accommodation, I'm guaranteed that for 5 years, for 10 years or whatever, I'll be able to work with NSFAS, but of course within an ethical environment. Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, COO.
Yeah, maybe before you respond, we're paying 30 million there per year. That in those offices. The minister last year in our meeting, I think around September, said they've taken the lease agreement for a review. In court, we understood that we can't just jump off. And I think the CEO on the presentation responded to this thing of decentralization, which was also communicated by the minister that will decentralize, go to the plan, the ultimate plan is that let's be at all institutions, at all campuses. Let's have NSFAS presence there. But to do that, you'll need to get the workers at NSFAS because they've got families who are staying in Cape Town. They must make plans to move out, go to Pretoria with their spouses, their children. So they are now in that space of engaging with the staff, with the unions there to say, look, this is the strategic decision taken by the leadership of the department. The ultimate plan is to get there, but obviously because it also has financial implications, we must do it financial year by financial year. And I've always said, I'm happy you raised it. You actually pitched it at 2.9 billion. We don't pay anything less than 10 billion for student accommodation across. So if you pay 10 billion, 5% is 500 million. It's money that we could be utilizing to improve the IT systems of NSFAS. We're crying about we don't have operational budget to have this, but we're just throwing away money to middlemen. Literally, this is what happens. We have middlemen who are not transferring skill to the staff of NSFAS so that after when their 3 years ends, we're able to then do it in-house, maybe hybrid with universities or whatever the case may be. So I agree with your point. But so I thought that one I must just answer because you put it on the presentation. There's a suggestion that Honorable Lonzi says on MOUs with ethical leadership. Honorable Lonzi, when we supported NSFAS in 2023, I was part of that committee. He said to them in 2022 or 2023, we agree NSFAS must play a role because a year before, I think the report that we got, they were unaudited because they had not submitted to NSFAS. But they had said they paid about 17 billion to accommodation. But they did not know who are these people. They could not verify if students are staying in verified proper accommodation. So we said to them, we can't be Bomoreki paying 17 billion to people who don't know. NSFAS must play a role. And I said to them, NSFAS, these people at these universities, many of them, and Vice Chancellors misunderstood me to say that I said Vice Chancellors are corrupt. But I clarified that not you, but many of the people in your system, especially who are dealing with accommodation, are very corrupt. One, before they accredit you, in some of them they were looking for between 300,000 and 1 million as an upfront payment for their own, so that you are accredited for your 1,000 beds. They were not looking. That's why some institutions don't accredit you if you have 50 beds and they want you to start from 100. They made it a policy, 100 beds upwards. So all these small businesses who have 80, 60, they were not accredited. So they had to go, if I have 50 or 55, we form a JV, we then say we're one company for them to accredit. So they were just creating, an unethical line of things. So I said to NSFAS, I agree, go play a role. But don't bring the same things because we will know about it. We stay with these people. These people, when they were accrediting, before they accredit, I wrote to them many times, the previous leadership, that these are the 10 emails I've received from accommodation providers. I told you we go to churches with them. We know them. We socialize with them. So they will write to us and say, Sihle Lonzi of Student Command, who leads this campus, I'm making an example, who leads this campus, says Company X is coming to accredit. And they are going to get me a good deal. And I would say to those people, I don't believe you. Don't say that about students. and they will record them. They will send us recordings. It will be very difficult to say no when you can see this one is a student command president. It's Sichelonze. If you, even if you look left, you can see. So these people corrupted even innocent children who are students. So your people, and I wrote to yourself many times, not you, you're not there, you. But in law, they say there's, what do they call it? Successor in title. Yeah, so when I say you, I mean you. So very unethical people, Honorable Loans Dead, NSFAS. And I'm happy you are saying it, that you are hoping that they will look at it, but you are worried about the ethical. I'm also very worried, but maybe he can answer. Maybe now we've got very good ethical leadership. You know, when they were advertised, I said to the minister, please change the advert of board members. Go put an extra thing that at any given time, without announcing, we can do lifestyle audits on you. You must agree before you get a signature, because, you know, they're still fine. I can look at them, I can tell. I'm a prophet, so I can do, they're still fine. But after a year, I'm not sure. once they've put their hands there. CEO?
Thanks, Chair. In relation to the SIU matters, so there's two matters at the moment. The one is the direct payment partners. That served before the court during March. My understanding was that judgment was reserved and we await the judgment on the termination of those contracts as well. So part A of the application was termination, part B is recovery of lost funds of NSFAS. With relation to the head office lease, I thought it's important to say that NSFAS supports the termination. That's why we joined the application as a co-respondent. I think our understanding from the SIU was that they would be presenting to the special tribunal before the end of April. We are meeting them this afternoon to get an update. If it's okay with you, Chair, can we just provide that update in writing? So just remind me, which MOU?
The one where he says, have you thought about...
Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, so I want us to think about this here, right? Is that, let's take Fort Hare as an example. If we go, there is no accommodation, but every year there will be 8,000 students at Fort Hare. We know, based on enrollment targets and capacity, Alice campus, 4,000 can be accommodated, 4,000 can't. If NSFAS issues an expression of interest or open tender process with Department of Higher Education and Training and says, even if we bring Fort Hare into it, if you build here, we will guarantee you student accommodation. My worry is the legality of that process here. As my understanding is, the previous board tried to do guaranteed offtake agreements. There is challenges associated with that process. I thought what the DDG outlined, that there's a task team that is working on infrastructure around the country. Because again, I think we have to come back to the point is student accommodation NSFAS's mandate? Should we be responsible? Or is it an institution and a DHET mandate via the infrastructure grant? I think it's an important consideration that we need to determine legally here. I know I'm going around the bend, but yeah, thanks, Chair.
No problem. We will fight on that one of the mandate. Honorable Maseko.
No, thank you very much. And I need to really say to the board that you've been baptized with fire, like really, like baptized with fire when coming to NSFAS. But they, like taking over from the issue of the accommodation, I truly agree with you, CEO, that your mandate seriously is not about accommodation. And I know we can argue with the chairperson about that one, but the issue of you having to try to think, be innovative for accommodation of the students, it has to be out of your mandate, because if we look at your core mandate now, you're still struggling with the ICT to make sure that your data that you get from the universities, if you really get it, sometimes because there are higher education institutions that you don't even get data on time for you to can make sure that the students are in the lecture rooms. That should be your core business to say, how are you going to go about to try to fix that? And I think if I can give you something that I've seen working, I was in the legislature for 10 years in human settlements. And University of Western Cape, what they championed was, you know, operation, there are departments that will find they operate in the silo system. But the UWC took an opportunity to partner with the Department of former Human Settlements, now they call themselves the Infrastructure, and SHRA, the social housing, they used the SHRA, and they formed a partnership that they did build accommodation for the students. And responsibility of the security and everything else is not with the university, it's with the SHRA that is, and they used also the grant that they received SHRA to make sure that the students, they got a very beautiful accommodation. You can go into, I think it's in Bela. You'll see that accommodation. They did a brilliant job. So those are the benchmarking that you have to look at and say that how do you utilize SHRA also, because it's a social housing. They've got a grant that can be a starter pack for you if you have to be involved in accommodation, of which I don't agree with you being that the universities like UWC did that, has to be the ones that can say, how did you go about and how did you make sure that you win in implementing that? But the question maybe, if I can come to the questions, it will be, there was the allocation of the funds for the ICT. How far are you in trying to fix that? And maybe the CFO, have you seen any money that is about the ICT and the NSFAS that there is the balance in trying to improve the systems of the ICT? Because that was one of the worst ICT that even when we were there, we could identify, and we are not the gurus in the ICT world.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the ICT budget, NSFAS was allocated a budget of 112 million. It was in two parts, I think 2022 and 2023. I think it was
119 million.
119.
Yes.
And to date, we have about 13 million left of that balance. Sorry? Okay. To date, we have about 30 million left of that balance. The money was used to update our systems, our application systems. It was also used to add to the capacity of our ICT department, and that's where we are with the balance.
Just to be clear, adding to the capacity, what does, just give it to the layman?
Okay. So with our capacity, there's a co-sourced arrangement where the functions are shared between the internal ICT department, and there's also ICT service providers that assist us in building the systems, maintaining the systems, and making the systems available to take in the rage data, to process applications, etc., etc.
So what I'm trying to find out is, they identified the risk of the systems then. And then the decision was there's going to be about 119 million that is going to improve their systems. And with what has happened, they defunded, and that means the system has got the same problems that initially was identified. So is there something that you have identified, and I know you've got 65 days, CEO, that you have been there. I'll hold you accountable after 100 days. 100 days. So is there something that for the short term, because I tend to believe that with the data that you are receiving, you have identified the problems, the short term solutions that you are implementing, both you, CFO, and the CEO, in trying to deal with this, because the core business of the problems has to be the data that you receive or not receive. What is it that you have identified that you think has to happen with the remaining 30 million in your systems?
Okay. Look, I think as it relates to how funds were historically spent, that is now part of an investigative process. Yeah, right. The SIU is looking at all contracts in the ICT space, unfortunately, everything there seems to be under some or other form of investigation. That's being handled by the SIU. As it relates to the future, we see two things predominantly being applicable, right? So we think that we know that the organization needs a fully fledged enterprise resource planning and customer relationship management system. That I explained a bit about the disjunctures between the application process and the payment process, but you want one fully integrated system that also interfaces with universities, so they're able to, any point in time, they don't have to pick up the phone, they can look at what status is. A student at any time can go and look at the NSFAS portal and can say, this is my academic data, this is how much allowances have been paid to date. So that's the future state. Because ICT systems take some time to, one, be procured, but also be implemented with the necessary change management, I think a realistic deadline for that would be July to August next year, right, 2026. But that doesn't leave us behind on saying, what can we do now with our current systems here, to be able to upgrade them so that they're better for the 2026 academic year. So one of the things we've been doing is consulting internally to be able to say, these are the things that seem to have gone wrong during our 2025 cycle. What are the system enhancements that we can put in place to correct them? But not only consulting internally, also consult with our stakeholders, being universities, USAF, SAPCO, students themselves, about what are the challenges they encounter with the system. So that when we open the academic cycle September, we've already done some system enhancements that enable us. But realistically, between now and August having a new system, I think we'll create more chaos if we try and chase that deadline. So right now, what we're focused on is system enhancements, and perhaps when we report the next time, we can give you a breakdown of all of those system enhancements and how they'll be managed and how those funds will be spent to ensure that what would have happened in the past doesn't happen again.
Okay, thank you very much. Just the issue of, you mentioned the human capital skills turnaround time for NSFAS. What have you identified? What skills are specific for you now that you want to really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Where are you going to start?
So I think at an organizational design level, one of the important things is regionalization, right? I think that's critical. And of course, we still need to present a structure of what regionalization should look like. But we see regionalization in two aspects. One is having a full-time student aid officer at each campus, right? Whose role is there to be able to assist students with their applications, be able to advise them, provide them with information. When they have challenges, be able to understand what those challenges are, revert them back, provide them with responses, and obviously work with university management in resolving day-to-day issues. Of course, we have busy times like around allowance payments, application cycle, academic results. What does the person do in the interim? And a big part, I think, of the vision of NSFAS is that we need to have more student wellness and support, recognizing that we're working with young people who come from vulnerable and marginalized backgrounds. And that the reason they might not be graduating is that because the jump from basic education to higher education is difficult. So these student aid officers are meant to assist with wellness, with support programs in conjunction with universities and TVET colleges. Another issue that we're having for regionalization is this close-out reconciliation process. And there we think we need one project accountant which is allocated to, one accountant could probably manage 5 institutions, to do the monthly recons, to say, these are the students that have been funded, this is their full cost of study for the month, for the quarter, for the semester, so that we have up-to-date records, right? If a student drops out for whatever reason, when they drop out, that's automatically updated, it shows up on the recon, so even our funds are used efficiently. And then obviously you'd want to oversee these regional offices. You'd want some kind of regional coordinators at a management or sub-management level to oversee the process. So I think that's the capacity at a regionalization level. I think where the organization at a corporate head office level really seems to be lacking skills is in the ICT space here. And I think we really need to bring on board solid capacity around ICT, because we are dealing with complexities here, and we need staff who meet the requisite skills capacity. Let me also say that a lot of the staff I've found in NSFAS are hardworking, committed individuals here who want to do the right thing here, and that it is important that we provide them with the right motivation and support to be able to execute on their duties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I really agree with you that they are very hardworking officials within the NSFAS, within the entity. But somewhere, somehow, it's not working if you have the institutions where the students say we are going to close streets, we are going to the streets to go and fight. So that is why we are trying to find out as an oversight mechanism where's the loophole, and try to help you to think out of the box. Maybe the other issue of the funding, one of the identified issues was your verification or validation. That because you don't have SARS, you're using the credit bureau, which there's a lot of misinformation on the credit bureau. And how are you trying to, I know you are engaging with SARS to go back to have the relationship with SARS, but the verification now of the credit bureau, it's not something that you can see it's working. Now, what steps are you taking beyond the credit bureau that you are using? Because there's a lot of complaints about that. I mean, if a parent has received the bonus, is earning 270,000 and get the bonus, then the system kicks it out and say that you are earning more than that, you should have taken the bonus to pay for the student. Those are the issues, and I just came with 270. But you get the idea of what do I mean. Now, how are you going beyond for the validation, especially if you had such a lot of appeals, and it's a difficult one for the parents and the students that will get the information from their kids after some time because they come from Gladystad, and then the student is in Cape Town. And you don't know Gladystad. So it's very far.
Thanks, through you, Chair. I'd like the COO to respond to that one. I think he would be closer to finding decisions, yeah?
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the question. But I think, on this one, currently what we're doing, we are still making sure that we rely on very great. But further than that, we do conduct further tests to ensure that, we are funding the right student. It has a lot to do with understanding the financial eligibility of the parents. And unfortunately, at the moment, the main data that we can use is what is coming from the credit bureaus, because that's the system that we have. And as you have indicated, that we are fast-tracking the whole issue of saying we would want to have that relationship with SARS so that we can be able to allay their fears. In fact, if I can quickly go back to that process of SARS, there are 6 main deficiencies that they had identified. And in fact, we've been able to correct all the 5. There's a lot of work that we've had to do to make sure that all of those 5 deficiencies are corrected. We're only left with 1, which has a lot to do with the issues of ICT policies. And they've indicated that once we submit those policies, they will then be able to be in a position to can provide us with information. And I must also say that, they are willing, to assist us as far as possible. We have had that conversation with them. It's just a matter of finalizing the one other deficiency which will assist us in making sure that we reignite that relationship and we'll get that financial eligibility information, which will then assist going forward.
I think the other question, I'll leave that. I'm not going to the nitty-gritties because we've got the 18th of June for the nitty-gritties that we will engage. I'm just giving the highlights so that you can know the 18th when we engage. I'll be specific, saying that Mr. Tunbridge Twins 1 approved, 1 didn't get approved. Where's the glitch on the system? So the last one, Chair, it will be the issue of the AG. I mean, there are issues that, I know you've got the backlog, but there are remedial issues that the AG has sort of suggested. How far are you balancing with what you need to do now for you to be on time with the financials and also having those the logbacks? Is there a system that you have put in place to try to be on time while you fix the past?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll let the CFO respond as well, but I'll give you my perspective. I think as it relates to financial issues in the AG, we presented the material irregularities, right, which is the worst kind of finding. Yeah, but I think on the material irregularities, which are the major issues, we've made significant progress. The loans, the closeout project, and the performance information, such that I want to say we want to clear those in the 24-25 audit process. Yeah. Now, as it relates to regularizing our process, this is something that's close to my heart. Is to say, I don't think it benefits us to be submitting financial statements in December. You guys get the audit report in April. I mean, we now have the 23-24 audit. That entire financial year has passed, so we can't implement any of the AG's recommendations. So we have to regularize our audit process. And in that regard, we called a workshop of the SIU, National Treasury, the Accounting Standards Board, the closeout team, to say, how do we get back on schedule here? There are certain things. So, for example, take closeout. There are lots of government entities which are under investigation. What you do is you disclose the nature of those investigations and you put, so to me, that's not an excuse for why we're not producing financial statements, right? Equally with the closeout project here, institutions provide reconciliations. You go through a detailed process of recon. The academic year ended in December. We're now in May. We should have done those reconciliations by now. Even where they might be more complex, there are ways in which you can estimate to say this is, and then you can adjust your estimates at a later stage. That's a principle of accounting. So where we are, we've given clear instructions to the team that says we cannot miss the PFMA audit deadline or deadline of 31 May. But in doing that, if we submit our financial statements on time, it equally makes the AG accountable to give us our audit report by July, and for us to give Parliament our annual report by September. And that's a big step in regularizing the financial affairs of NSFAS, which will promote better decision-making in the organization. So I really think that's a non-negotiable at our level. It's something that can be fixed and can be fixed immediately, unlike student accommodation.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Chair. First and foremost, thanks for the presentation from the CEO and CFO and the chairperson. The presentation was well represented. Chair, my major concern with the institution, even when there was an administrator, I think I made a mistake. I raised my hopes high for this institution, because I respected the administrator. I thought there is something turnaround that will come out of the institution. So I'm no longer going to go there again. I've been disappointed many times, and I guarantee you the disappointment will come again. Chair, what I would like to ask, there's a perception that the former administrator, when the new board came in, left in hush-hush, was never given a space to hand over, to present to you on what he has done from where he was up to where he ended, what were his proposals for turning around this institution. Did the former administrator handed the document to you of what work he has done and what he has found out in the institution and how he thought the challenges and the issues, because there is a lot. That's why the institution was under administration. Was he given that opportunity to hand over to tell you guys that these are the issues I've dealt with, this is what I'm currently dealing with, this is what I'm planning to do in the future? Because we tend to rush to go take over things because we think that we'll start things all over. Now it's our turn, we'll do better than the other one. So if I can get that a response first from the chairperson, it's related to the corporate governance of the board. because we tend to mess up things first and foremost in the corporate governance, and we think it's now our turn. The turn of the other one is gone. Now it's our turn. Before then, I go to the CEO if I can get the response on that, Chair.
Thank you for the question. DGG will respond.
Chair, should be chair. Isn't that the chair?
Okay, let me respond, Chair. The first induction, the onboarding of the board, the entire day was spent with the administrator, and he was debriefing the board on various issues. On that day, we had an understanding that he would then need at least a month to draft the handover report. Unfortunately, we have not received the handover report to date. The CEO, the chairperson made follow-up calls, pleading with him to submit that handover report. From a governance point of view, you are correct, Honourable Member, that every administrator to date has submitted a handover report once they've concluded their work. So we'll continue urging the administrator to share that report. But we spent an entire day, again, to ensure that he was able to provide advice. Thank you.
So is it probably maybe the seamless transition that wasn't done properly, maybe that disgruntled the administrator not to do the handover? Was there that intermediary between the incoming and outgoing that probably wasn't done? Because it's strange to me that someone who's been paid millions of money to clean up the institution and can just vanish and run away with the properties of the institution. And now, Chair, we've got this issue in this institution where we beg people for the items of the institution that were being paid for. So what is the new board doing, including the minister, to take the administrator account? We will wait for him to hand over the report. We were paying for him for the job he was doing. So it's things that are the custodians of the institution. It's not his puppy at home or his car or whatever. What is the new board doing together with the minister to say, whatever you've been doing, hand over those things, because we want to know. Because what it means now, the new board, you guys will be starting from scratch. You will repeat things that he has been doing. You will even mess up things he has cleaned it up because you have no clue what the previous administrator was doing.
Yeah, maybe let's make other examples. Honorable van der Walt is looking at me different when you're making examples about puppies. So maybe let's look at other examples. Please answer.
No, through you, Chair. We did seek legal advice. We are waiting for a legal opinion on the matter, member, to make sure that we get those documents. But we cannot just sit around and wait. We need to start actioning the turnaround that we have, and we are doing so with the information that we have. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, I think I'm done with the corporate governance. To the CEO. CEO, you are inheriting an institution that is in tatters. Your presentation, that's why the previous member said you are a good spin doctor. So you've spin doctored a lot and your presentation was good. At the bottom of it, you are inheriting an institution that is in tatters. The CRM system is not in place. Students log calls, they don't know what is going on with their complaints. The ICT systems is being in tatters as well. There's a huge gap or disjuncture between labor and executive, pull and push. As well, for example, the issue that you spoke about of the unaccredited accommodation, to say what was the challenge in accrediting those accommodation at first, or was it a legacy issue of those unaccredited institutions? You can answer that one so that I can come to the other question. The second question is, we were told that the loan system, you're having a manual loan system that is being handled on spreadsheet. How far is on resolving that issue? Maybe is it part of that holistic trying to digitize the NSFAS? Not because one of the major things, the moment people start to move away from ICT systems, having these manual loan management systems, because they want to have their hands in the cookie jar. There must be loopholes, no controls in place, so that you can see who's doing, who's doing what. So what is the status of those, together with the unaccredited accommodation entities?
Yeah, thanks, Honourable Member. Through your chair, I think on the issue of unaccredited accommodation, so how that works is the student is paid the allowance directly, and they go and look for an accommodation. Because it's unaccredited, it does not appear on the NSFAS or the Solution Partner portal. So they receive the allowance and they negotiate the lease directly with the landlord and they pay. As we've said, it's, in our view, it's the worst form of accommodation, and we want to try and remove that practice sooner rather than later. As it relates to the contact center, I fully agree. Young people have to spend a lot of time waiting. Their queries are not responded to. One of the things when I visited the NSFAS head office for the first time was I found that the contact center, while well capacitated, did not have an appropriate contact center system. So if you go to most modern day contact centers, you'll find that there's a queue management system that literally manages. So everybody who answers a call is able to update the status of that call. You're able to see what's the average waiting times. So you have a monitoring system that enables you to track how well your call center is performing or not performing. And that enables you to hold people accountable at an individual level, but also the entirety of the contact center. So I've given the team a way forward on how they can procure a contact center system. There's a few of them that are available in the country, so that in the next month or two, we can have a system that works, that we can use to track and come to MPs and present to say, this is the amount of inbound calls, this is the amount of outbound calls, this is the amount of queries via social media. We can give you those stats and tell you how we're also resolving that. But more importantly, the young person's experience is improved. Sorry, I think I missed one question.
Manual loan.
The manual loan system. Yeah. So if you trace the history of that, is that when NSFAS shifted from loans to bursaries, there seems to have been a decision taken to completely switch off the loan systems at NSFAS. Yeah. And here you're talking about a 60 billion rand loan book, which has funding which, if recovered, can be used to fund new students, right? Now, one of the things that had been done under the term of administration was that for financial statement purposes, there had been a reconciliation of all of these loans from 2018, updating them for interest, updating them for collections, so that we could get values per loan holder. But as you correctly say, Honourable Member, that was done on a manual process, not within a system. The AG has highlighted the lack of a system. A system is important because a system, you can automatically update your collections. It runs your interest on a monthly basis. You're able to send statements to the clients. You're able to ensure your compliance with the National Credit Act. So because largely our supply chain has issues there, what I said to the team is let's approach other government entities who work in the space of loans. So we would have approached the Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency. They have more of an internally generated system that utilizes, is more relevant for micro and small enterprises, not really for student loan holders. We'd approach the IDC as well. They utilize SAP, so it's more of an integrated system that their loans are at. The one that seems to have propensity to work is the National Empowerment Fund. So we're consulting with them to participate in their contract within the relevant Treasury regulations, and that should enable us to have a system in the short term which can then get the loan recovery process back on track. I think we're also doing a feasibility study on the book. You get very good organizations who can come in and do an assessment on your book. They can tell you very quickly of all of your loan holders, which ones are working, what assets do they have in their names, what's the value of those assets, so you can tell to say how much is possibly recoverable from this book going forward. Thank you, Chair.
And then, Chairperson, most of these other questions are more nitty-gritty, but I'm requesting to ask them so that the CEO knows that how burning the house is. As I said in the initial letter, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. For example, the CEO, the first question, why are students still receiving 1,700 rand, yet they applied for transport allowance? That's the first question. And then the second one, what's the reason for the delayed payments as landlords have evicted students from residential apartments? Some have been given till the 15th of May, but they've evicted the student. Now the third question, some students have only received the first payment only. What's happening with the other payments? They haven't received other payments. The fourth one, the N+ students doing NCV received 300 payment. What is the meaning of this and why of receiving this? Next question, why is the NSFAS accreditation process so rigid? It is not accommodative for all private accommodation providers. They say your system is very rigid and is not providing for other accommodation providers. What will be...
He's going to forget this question.
He's going to forget.
Yeah, that's why I said, let's ask one quick. You have already asked him 5 now.
Okay, can you answer those ones so that I can move to the others then?
Thanks, Chair. Perhaps the COO should respond first, and then I'll respond to issues of student accommodation.
The COO is in trouble today.
No, well, it was indeed a number of questions, but I think the one that I can quickly answer is the one that relates to the N+. Just to say that, there is an issue of the qualifications names and calculations programs at institutions. And sometimes, there is that mismatch between what is at institutions and DHET records. So we are engaging, with the DHET so that we get that mismatch corrected. And sometimes there are instances of systems in terms of the data that we get. And we are in touch with our ICT to make sure that that is corrected so that it can be resolved.
It's a system issue in ICT.
To an extent, yes.
There is a problem, CEO. You need to fix this as urgent as possible. It will continue again and again, and if you can put timelines on when you're fixing your ICT systems, all these issues will go away. And then the other question is, why are students still receiving 1,700 rand, yet they applied for transport allowance?
So the 1,700, yet they've applied for transport allowance. So remember, with transport allowance, it's either you get transport allowance or you get accommodation. You cannot get either one of the two. So it will be interesting to understand exactly what will be the issue there, because you can't get both all at the same time.
I'll send you the details of the issue.
Yeah.
I think let me do that.
I think what will assist, if I may, Chairperson, will just be to get a better understanding, because sometimes you would find that when the question comes, there is a detail which is required for us to be able to understand the exact problem. And in particular, there are instances where we would require an example of an ID number of that particular student so that we check in the system what really is the problem. Because sometimes what may be happening to one student may not necessarily be specific to everyone else. So that detail will be quite crucial. And therefore, when we get that detail in terms of the question, it will be important for you to clarify. Thanks.
Okay, Chairperson, because my time is finished as well, I'm going to submit all these questions in details, and then we get the answer to them. But in closing, Chair, I want to highlight again, CEO, you've inherited, you did very well at NYDA. I think probably, if I'm not mistaken, there was clean audit. Clean audit that you got there.
There was
Was there 9 years?
Yes.
No, that,
And clean audit, Chair.
But why 9 years?
Click. Oh. Yeah. So, we will give you that window of opportunity to assist the institution. It's in tatters. It's disappointing, and these things are made deliberately to be like this. From accommodation to tuition to transport to ICT system, the whole value chain is in mess. So, with all these problems that we've mentioned, as I said before, we're not going to raise our hopes high and then we expect that the CEO and the new board, they must live up to the expectation because the institution is disappointing to our students. The students, they even tend to ban assets of the universities because they have no clue who's doing them injustice. But most of the issues are coming from NSFAS. And they ban the library at the university just because of NSFAS. So it's important, Chair, that NSFAS need to jack up its thinking and its work and come to the party and assist to turn the institution around. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Bomvu. We we don't encourage students to ban anything. Once they ban, we treat them like people who are banning or criminals. We've always told SAUS, student leadership, the federation now, we're going to tell them, all SRCs, you don't go, irrespective of how tough life is, you don't go and ban the infrastructure because it does not belong to us, it does not belong to you, it belongs to future generations. So if you do so, you take away from them. Honorable van der Walt.
Okay, okay. Chair, yeah, thank you. There's a lot of my questions been responded to that I was going to ask. And I just also want to say, it's been repeated by others, and I think the realization of the huge tatters, as a colleague is referring to it, is that I think the CEO and the new board has now come to realize, not only today, but that we are up in arms about NSFAS for sure. And I would like to ask one thing. I mean, if the administrator doesn't do a handover, they can really, we don't have to wait very long for legal action to take place. You've been paid, you had a job description, you must deliver your report. And that puts a question to me, Chairperson, and that is that there was a prior application. Would it have been the administrator to refuse or act, or would it go beyond the administrator? Because there was a prior application on this whole head office contract to who's now taken to be responsible for that contract. And I know in the documents that anybody can read, it's been public before, who are we basically suing to terminate that contract? I know there are names like Zingingi Properties, Dynamic SA Holdings, etc. So we should know those things because we can easily say we terminate the contract. But what is the finer detail in that? Because government should know who's involved, and I do business with people that are really found guilty. It's the same thing, Chairperson, with... you know, I don't even think this committee realized that of that 2.5 million rand per month, the 140 parkings that was, I don't know, obtained in the contract, in the 5-year contract, it would have been 18.686 million rand for 140 parkings. Now, Chairperson, if you look at the board members and you look at the staff in that office, why 140? Because students didn't go there with vehicles. They hardly could get to that office.
So those are very serious things. And if people ask for a PIA or if we ask questions in Parliament, we should get those answers because it should not be repeated again. There's no two way. It's going to come out anyway if it goes to court or the tribunal, judgment come. I mean, I've never seen something like this. The other issue I have is that also with the ICT, maybe the CEO can just respond. I'm very glad you go and involved with SARS as everybody else is because they have proved that their system works, the best of, I think, everybody. But was the ICT contracts awarded to, and I will ask a written question on exactly to who it all went again, because as I understood it, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, it's like NSFAS would have an ICT contract, TVETs would have one, I hope they all had the same one, varsities would have one, community centres would have one. How did it work? Because there's a number of names that come up on ICT contracts. And we don't know as a committee chair, I don't know if you know from previous terms, on exactly who got all those different ICT contracts, because it's not one company only, and it goes into different, let's say, sectors of, yeah. So we would also like to know, for example, in your case, exactly NSFAS. Who are those contractors? Because it seems like over a few years there were different contractors, and I know it's before your time, but it's there. TVETs as well. We have our TVET person here as well. I also would like to then, the SIU, and I'm very glad the President adhered to the request to extend more projects, but the new 10 projects that were allowed is not all of it. The ones that were in the Nexus was in the Nexus report, and the 10 new ones is not all. They're a lot more up to date. And we'll continue the process to get every single project, that's mentioned either by NSFAS or the Skills Fund or whatever. But let's start with what we've got now, because there's I think the new question that we asked, Chair, in Parliament in written form for written reply actually mentioned that the next projects are all TVETs ones. So we must look at that. And I have this thing that we sit in an office and we award things and we never go to the ground and see if it's been implemented correctly. And the SIU CEO, I believe we owe them millions of rands. And how are we going to pay them for all these investigations that they are doing, especially the NSFAS one, just now the topic of the day. And then I must say, I did speak to the CEO very briefly, and I will give him a writing. The turnaround on queries is not good at all. And specifically, we have many students, and yesterday I was in court with the employment equity thing, and we fought for people of different groups, including the people who are differently able.
You were in court.
Here we are.
Desra, you were in court.
Good. And here we have, I'll get them afterwards on my side actually. So here we have disabled students who were NSFAS funded, who don't get their certificates or their degrees, whatever it is. And I know the CEO is dealing with my particular case, of which the mother have written over 100 emails. The father was killed in a gang thing. And here's this learner or student, young women, and there are two others from the same town called Malmesbury, that can't go on with their life. It's heartbreaking, and I know, CEO, it didn't stop with you through you, Chair, because there's a process, and there was a MANCO, and it's a historic matter and a payout, but it can't take this long, because I wrote to you on the 3rd or 8th of April, and we are now a month later. You don't know what to say to people anymore, because we are supposed to look after students with a disability or differently able, which I prefer is a better word, is, and we want them in the market, we want them to study, we want them in the economy, but nothing happens. It just can't be fair. Chairperson, I'm going to leave all that others. I know she's part of the closeout project, which the CEO wrote to me, but it cannot take a month to write back to a person and say, yes, no, and these are the reasons for, and go to court if you want more, or if you disagree. But the turnaround is not good. And I know you've inherited this mess, and good luck with it. But we as politicians also get all the queries. We don't get anything else except queries. I'm going to leave this for, it's getting late. Chair. I'll do written questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, just comments. No questions. Yeah. She will give us the questions. We'll write within Bombuzwan. We'll send them to you guys. Honorable Mseza.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe before you start my time, Chair. Before you start my time, as a privilege, as the Deputy Chair, if you'd allow me to just make a few comments in 30 seconds before then you start my time, which I'll allow you just 30 seconds. I'll borrow from the time of the Honorable member of the GNU. Chair, I want to express to the senior member of the GNU. Chair, I want to express to NSFAS, CEO, Chairperson, and your collective, that I'm very disappointed. And I must also state to yourselves, your good selves, that there is a serious high level of incompetence there at NSFAS. Now, I'm not going to delve into you inherited what and what not, because there are many members there, including senior members, such as the COO, that has been there at NSFAS when all these things have been happening and they continue to happen. There are staff members that are responsible to be dealing with matters there, that are still there, that you found there. So that is the highest level of incompetence that we must express to your good selves when we see you here. But I must also tell you that millions of young people, students, SRCs and stakeholders are watching this committee as we meet with yourselves. That's why you see people of the media here today that were here or still here. Because this matter is of interest to many of the students in this country. So you must understand that from where I'm sitting, in fact, ordinarily we prefer speaking in our home languages when we are dissatisfied and disappointed, so that we can actually make you understand that this is really, really upsetting, for lack of a better expression. So I wanted to first start there to say that there is serious incompetence in your space, and we want to see what you call consequence management. Maybe when you speak, you might want to give to us to take us to confidence as far as that is concerned, to say, because of all this mess that is there, what are you doing about it in terms of putting those people that have been entrusted to certain responsibilities and are failing dismally to do so? So I just wanted to start there first. Of course, the chairperson is out. I wanted to confirm that indeed the former head of state, His Excellency, yes, President, President Jacob Zuma did pronounce on free education, but the chairperson is out, so I'll wait for him to come back on that one. So I'm going to shoot straight to my questions, and obviously there will be some remarks that I'll be making that would have been covered by other members. So I'm going to start off by first speaking to the issues. Well, let me not go to issues that have been covered, such as the ICT systems and all of that. Perhaps let me start by the unpaid allowances, which is something that was covered in the presentation. The commitment that has been made by yourselves, it would have been Monday, if I'm not mistaken, to say that by 25 May, the cycles would have been paid that are outstanding. That is for how many cycles? I just want to understand that part. How many cycles are outstanding that are due to be paid by 25 May?
It's 2024 unpaid TVET allowances.
So they'll be paid by 25 May?
Yes.
Okay, then there was another commitment that other disbursement, again, that outstanding payments would be paid by, I think, if I saw correctly on your statement, it says on the 28th May or 31 May, on the same paragraph.
So I just want to clarify because there's quite a few disbursements in May, right? So we're trying to clear historical allowances. So normal TVET allowances, monthly allowances, will be paid on the 25th of May. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There'll be a special run for 2024 unpaid TVET allowances on the 31st of May. And then equally, there'll be 2 student accommodation payments, one for 2024 and the monthly one for 2025, both on the 31st of May.
Okay, so as far as outstanding payments are concerned, how many cycles that are outstanding for this particular academic year that have not yet been paid are due to be paid by end of May?
So as we sit here today, there's no unpaid TVET or university allowances. You might have individual cases where registration data is an issue, but if we look at the collective population, university allowances, TVET allowances are up to date for 2025.
Okay.
For 2024, there was a challenge which we had to reconcile due to the migration to direct payment providers, and that is the one that we are attempting to catch up to with the special payment run.
Okay, so CEO, we interact with institutions, with students, with service providers to a large degree when they need to reach out to us. I've been sent a message from the SRC, from UFS, on the same matter that you are speaking to. The SRC says the COO has denied that yourselves have communicated with universities or institutions, for that matter, regarding outstanding payments of probably students that would have only told them recently that they've been given funding, but not as yet given them meal allowances. It would have been students probably from appeals processes or other processes which I don't understand, I don't know. But he has subsequently sent me an email communication from the CFO of the institution to the SRC to say these particular students, NSFAS has communicated with us. I think it was an email that was sent on the 25th, that, in fact, I can read it out for you, that NSFAS has communicated over the weekend that, okay, this is the email as it reads. Over the weekend, NSFAS issued correspondence requesting that all institutions submit their estimated funding needs for students whose statuses were resolved during April. So I would assume that these students have not yet been given their allowances. These are the students that I'm talking to. And then the CFO of that institution further says, at present, the university ability to proceed with funding the affected students is contingent on confirmation from NSFAS that sufficient funds will be available for formal approval after it's granted, or after confirmation of that particular funding. So I would want to get perhaps your sentiments, COO, on this particular matter.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So I think the one point that I really want to highlight is that as far as possible, we want to make sure that each and every student is paid. That's the one point. And secondly, that for 2025, when you look at students that are registered and funded, they have actually been paid. And yes, we know that there are those exceptions which we are resolving. And I think there are quite a number of exemptions that come from UFH. And some of them relate to the issue of the funded but not paid, to the issues of qualification codes, to highest qualification flagging error. So there are a number of exceptions which we have been working with the institution to resolve.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
So therefore, whatever it is that is outstanding, we can never say that we're not going to be paying.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So
matter.
let me move.
Yeah.
It's fine. Let me accept your remarks for now. CEO, acting CEO, the minister in her statement on the 28th of April said that you'd communicate your way forward. That's how it's written, by the 30th to accommodation providers on way forward on their outstanding payments. But that communication, we only saw it on Monday. So then there's a contradiction, because it's as if, or it is the case that the minister was misleading the students and the service providers that they would have been given a way forward by the end of April, but yourselves, you communicated now. Can you just tell me why that's the case?
Yeah, thanks. It's that I take responsibility for that. We were doing a student accommodation top-up payment on the 30th of April, which occupied the team. So when we did that top-up payment, we communicated that we are not ready to communicate the way forward, and we subsequently issued it on the 5th of May. Let me apologize. That is fully my responsibility, and I did that is not, it's not on the minister. It's on me as the acting CEO.
I won't give you my opinion on that, CEO, but from where I'm sitting, it doesn't look good on the side of your entity that you are supposedly leading. Acting CFOs mentioned that there's been at least a quarter of the monies that have been recovered by the SIU that is already with yourselves as NSFAS. How have you reprioritized these monies to assist students, maybe in particular students that you would have defunded, as Honorable Lonzo would have mentioned, you defunded students last year in the middle of the year. How have you reprioritized these funds to assist maybe those students in particular?
Thank you. So in relation to the funds that have been recovered from SIU to date, they are kept in a separate bank account and we keep them there. But remember, with the reconciliation process, it's a two-way system. There are instances where the institutions owe NSFAS money. There are also instances, where NSFAS owes the institution monies. So until we have reconciled a most or a significant portion of the institutions, either covered through our closeout process and in collaboration with the SIU, it is safer to keep the money until we know the exact net asset or liability position.
Thank you very much, CFO. Let me proceed. So you've not used the monies, is what you've said. Thank you very much. There is the statement by the minister, again on the 28th of April. She mentioned that 800 students from a particular institution had not yet gotten their allowances. And she then confirmed to say by the 30th, those funds would have been distributed to that particular institution. This is one institution. So I want to confirm, for NSFAS to confirm if that was done, and so that we can move, if it was done or it was not done.
Yeah, it's not a higher education institution, it's a financial services institution. So it's the kind of bank that they use in the specific account. The payments kept bouncing back to NSFAS from that account that they were using. But we subsequently liaised with the bank, we understood what the issue was, and we've sorted that issue.
So are you confirming that those 800 students, said 800 students had not gotten their allowances of a particular institution?
Yeah.
So can you confirm that that money was paid to that particular cohort of students?
I mean, it's dealt with by our ops team, so they were liaising with those students. I haven't received any subsequent complaints that they've not been paid. So I take it that they have been cleared. But of course, if there's individual issues, happy to attend to that.
Okay, thanks. I'll move.
Hold on. Is your ops team not here?
CEO is here, yeah.
Let the CEO answer this question so that when we leave here, we know that it has been done or not.
I think it's quite important to say that payments have been made. Yesterday, we made another tranche of allowances to all university students. So in my understanding, they would have been paid, not unless there are exceptions which we still need to get to understand which ones are those. But we'll then be doing that reconciliation so we get to be clear about which ones are those, and therefore we'll be making sure that we attend to them and make sure that they are paid.
No, thanks.
Let's do this. Ask him the question that you asked to the CEO. Post your time.
Okay.
Ask him that question.
Sure.
And he must answer with the name, if you have the name of the institution.
Sure.
Give him, yeah.
So COO, the minister issued a statement dealing with these issues on the 28th of April. Part of the paragraphs this says in fact, let me read it out to you so that you are at least informed. Additionally, we acknowledge that a specific group of approximately 800 students of a specific institution is experiencing challenges with the transfer of funds. The scheme is committed to rectifying this matter by the 30th of April. So that is the issue I wanted to deal with. That can you confirm that this was rectified of that particular institution? Sure. Okay, sure.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it was indeed rectified.
Okay, thank you very much.
I was speaking through the mic now.
Okay. The acting CEO, I understand that you make time to meet with accommodation providers time and again. They have expressed that amongst the institutions that have engaged, there is an association of accommodation providers South Africa. I think that's what they are called, and amongst other institutions, which I'll mention their issues here, about 3 or 4, but I'll mention maybe 3 issues of 3 institutions. They have mentioned that they were promised that they would be paid by 30th of April. And then I think a day or 2 after that, they will obviously would have written to us and many other members here. We get emails each and every day or calls and all of those things stating that that commitment was not met. Can you confirm that there was a commitment made and it was not done? Can you confirm that?
There was 2 payments to accommodation providers during April. There was one on the 17th of April, and then there was a top-up payment that was actioned end of April, but cleared in the bank accounts on the 2nd of May. Now, we would have made that commitment based on, we don't make payments to individual landlords, we make batch payments. So it could be that they were not included in that payment.
It's an association, CEO, but let me just capture what you've said so that I proceed because there's limited time. I wanted to capture if there was a commitment that was made for the 30th and it was not met, because I'm sitting here with a number of questions that have been sent to me through an association, which would have been sent yesterday, speaking about the same issues of commitments that have been made by yourselves that have not been met, right? And this would have been ventilated by other members of the committee to say what has been the impact on the side of the students as it relates to your non-payment of service providers, which I haven't even got into as yet because of my limited time. So I wanted to get that, but since you don't answer accurately, I'll move. Chair, can I perhaps now move very sharply on issues that would have been sent to me by institutions or would have gathered through my interaction with the institutions? I want to point acting CFO to issues perhaps directly of MUT, University of Technology, Mangosuthu University of Technology, around the monies that are owed by yourselves to the institution. They've sent me from 2017 to 2024. So I'll just give you briefly, even if you don't note, you can note if you can. They say that on the close-up project, which I think you're busy dealing with, I don't know the timelines. They say 2017, NSFAS owes the institution, MUT, 62 million. 2018, 98 million. I don't want to speak about the 466 that comes after that. 2019, 32 million. That is owed by NSFAS. 2020, 10 million. 2021, 34 million. 2022, 100 million. 2023, 13 million. Well, this is almost 14 million because it's 13,894,000. 2024, 13 million or 13.5 million that is owed by NSFAS to the institution. Now, I can speak to this confidently.
Before you continue, I must say, I'm very impressed with how you say the numbers, knowing the part you come from. That was on a lighter
No. So I'll proceed. So I'm telling you, I'm telling you these figures, acting CFO, because this has a great impact on the operations of an institution, and this is just one institution that I'm mentioning. I won't even get to the figures of UKZN, which I've interacted with, and other TVET colleges. But I want to point this to you to have a comment to say, do you understand the impact that comes with these monies that are owed by NSFAS to the institution, but also the impact that it has on graduates? Because, for instance, I know graduates in that particular university that were graduating last year, even this year, in the Faculty of Health, Environmental Health, for instance. They don't have certificates as things stand, but they were funded by NSFAS. Because of the same matters of where NSFAS does not pay the institution the monies that are due to students, academics. So I want you to comment on this, CFO. But before you comment, I'll give you the questions, CEO and the COO in the meantime, and comments obviously from the institution. So Amongst the matters of concerns are late publications of NSFAS eligibility criteria and conditions of financial aid. Incomplete NSFAS approved funding, they state that in January, they are always given half lists of funding of students. That's what they are saying. Late publications of approved university allowances, appeals process that has been touched, late applications that I haven't been given responses to. I think, Chair, we spoke about the window that was open. I think NSFAS even spoke to it. There was a window opened for TVET colleges, but the universities that used that window to apply, and students were granted funding, but obviously they were not eligible because that window was for TVETs. So those are amongst other issues that were mentioned. Well, there are issues of historical debt and the one of closeout project. I mean, I haven't even gotten to the issues of the accommodation providers due to the limited time that we have. But I can only express further, as I started, to say that the level of incompetence there at NSFAS is really appalling. And I'll reiterate this to say that it's not really about the fact that yourselves, you are a new board, you are a new acting CEO. There are people that have been there in place, including the COO that is sitting before us, that we've met. And there are a number of things that is said before that is saying even today here that are not new to us. So the incompetence that we are talking about, that must be dealt with at that particular level. Chair, maybe in my closing, because I can't deal with the issues now, I would also want to get your comment, CEO, acting CEO, to say, to know the impact that this process of unpaid allowances and due monies to accommodation providers has in terms of the performance of students in these institutions of higher learning. In particular, are you even aware that some in KZN, amongst other institutions, have been cut off transportation effective 28 April, amongst others, and other colleagues would have spoke about evictions that have taken place. Are you aware of all of those things, and what is your reaction to all of that, whilst you make your excuses amongst your own administrative shortfalls? Because ultimately, students want to get the monies that is given to yourselves as an entity to disperse to them. Anything in between does not affect students. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for your indulgence.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I want to say that I completely empathize with what the students are going through. At no point do we take any joy or pleasure from students not being paid here. I understand that students are required to survive on meager living allowances, on the accommodation that NSFAS must provide, and that when the institution fails, this has ramifications throughout the system. And we're not talking about 10 people or 20 people. It's 800,000 students which are dependent on the fund. Yeah. I appreciate the scale of the responsibility which is delegated to us as public officials here. But I also want to say that the issues are structural and systematic in nature here. Yeah. It is going to take me and the team a bit of time to be able to work through them. And where there is underperformance or non-performance, there will be consequences for that. Where there is wrongdoing, there will be consequences for that. We're not going to tolerate underperformance and non-performance. We've made performance management a non-negotiable. But I do ask the committee to give me a bit of time to be able to resolve. In my view, 6 months, I think we will be much stable and a much more functional, effective and efficient institution here. I'm also available to respond to individual queries, be they from institutions or students, to assist honourable members in resolving this crisis. As I've mentioned, I think we are in a crisis mode, and we must do what we can to resolve the crisis. But there is a lot we can do to plan better for next year, to ensure that these are not repetitive things that happen every single academic year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. Honourable Souls, we don't have water this year. Your voice is it's running away. We don't have water. We must borrow your water. Honourable Souls.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I also just request, there's some pictures I've sent to the support staff, if that can be flighted later on, if I ask. I've sent it to Anele. The COO, I'm going to start with you. We only have 15 minutes, so I'm going to request that we just be short and concise so that I can be able to cover as much as I can. Do you remember the 28th of February that you stated for the record that Rihanna van der Nest, who was, the system said she was provisionally funded, and as a result, she didn't re-register on the system for funding for this year. And then Kiabetswe Nkosi, whose the system status says verification, CEO, I hope you're going to be fast because you're next. Kiabetswe Nkosi, verification was the status. And can you remember that you stated for the record that you do concede that they were unfairly treated and you will ensure that you give me the definite confirmation they will be assisted and funded? Can you remember that? You remember?
I remember that, yes.
Please speak to the mic. So we are recording the proceedings, COO.
Yes, I remember that.
Do you stay by that assertion?
Twice.
Do you stay by that commitment?
That they will be funded.
Yes.
Yes, so I stay by it because I would want to make sure that each and every student that will process their application gets funded.
Yes, but it's different from they will be, right? Because that was the commitment that you made. So the CEO is now not here, Chair. I don't know how we.
I granted him an opportunity to go get water.
Okay.
Quickly, yeah.
Because
Are you
I was-
done with the COO?
No, because this is now where the CEO had to come in. So I don't know. How do you want now?
No, let's ask the question. They will write if no one can sign, if no one can respond, then we'll write and then give it to the CEO. But let's try and move with the. I know you are.
The question is for the CEO.
Okay.
He's here. It's
Yeah.
just he's out now, but he's here.
Yeah.
I can't be writing to him, Chair.
No, I'm saying ask. They will write, and see if. Again, we've got the management, senior management. So they must answer. And if they can't answer, then we'll defer it to the CEO.
Okay. CEO, did you lie to me on the record?
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
No, did you lie to me on the 28th of February on the record?
No, I did not lie.
You didn't lie?
No.
I tell you why. You referred me to the CEO, if you can remember. And the CEO said because of that provisionally funded situation, and even though the student didn't know, and it was a system issue, that she will not be funded, the one student will not be funded, and will only be funded next year. So the student, as we speak, will this year then not go to study and had to go look for a job. So it's only the CEO and yourself that can confirm what do we take for the record. CEO, the COO on the 28th of February made a commitment, and he stated for the record again, he stays by that commitment, that these students will be funded. Your response to me was that the one student will not be funded this year, and as a result, she is not going to study. She had to go and look for work so that she can start studying next year. So I was asking the CEO, did he lie to me on the record? He says no, but materially that student now is not funded. So for the record, did the CEO lie to me?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Source. I think when you had forwarded the complete, I tried to look for it on my phone, but I see it's gone now. So I'll just take you through the process. When you'd referred the matter to myself, I sent it straight to the ops team to try and get a response. And I would have taken the same response from the ops team after reviewing it and sent it back to you to say, I think if I remember correctly, it was that the student had missed the application cycle and should reapply in the next academic year. So that would have been the position, but I'm happy to relook at the case based on what the COO has said and to give you a final response on that.
I'll be happy if you relook at it, because I obviously take for the record what the COO has said, that they will be funded, given when we explain the situation in this very setting. So your response then is opposite than his, but I'm glad that you're making a commitment to relook at it and deal with it. Let me congratulate you on the position. So my approach is not going to be for you to answer questions that you have not been part of. So we're going to use the approach of let's find solutions, you and I together in this session. But I'm only going to deal with stuff where you have actually participated in. Okay? So very quickly, CEO, are you corrupt? Yes.
No.
Are you corrupted?
No.
What lengths will you go to deal with corruption when we find it in NSFAS?
I think as the board would have outlined in the turnaround strategy and in the vision and mission, is that we have a zero tolerance approach to corruption. Yeah. And that where there has been instances of wrongdoing identified by internal bodies or external bodies, there must be consequence management for that, both through internal disciplinary mechanisms as well as through civil as well as criminal cases.
I'm very happy to hear that. Does NSFAS still have 4 different versions of the same NSFAS portal?
The solution partners, I'm assuming you're referring to.
No, the portal, the online portal that you used. The last time we discovered that there was 4 different portals used for the accommodation thing, but it's 4 different portals provided by 4 different providers that is paid for one thing with 4 different versions of that one thing.
Yes, there are still 4 solution partners.
Do you think it's necessary to have 4 versions of one thing and paying 4 separate providers for it?
I think in the session we've responded to the fact that we don't necessarily agree with the design of the student accommodation pilot project, and that we have referred it both for a legal review, which would inform our next steps on the matter, but that the matter has also been referred to SIU for investigation.
In the last meeting, which was 28 February, the same question came up. They said by this time, between 4 and 6 months, they'll be able to have a definite answer to say that it will be scrapped or not. Are you aware of that?
Was not in that meeting, so but we can follow through. The institution must stand, so if that's the commitment it made, we can definitely give an update on that commitment.
Are you willing to scrap it? To have one version of one service rather than 4 and paying 4 different providers for it? Are you willing to scrap it?
I think, in my view, the entirety of the student accommodation project needs to be reconsidered. And NSFAS's roles and responsibilities in student accommodation need to be reconsidered.
I agree. So you are then committed to, whilst you're sorting out the problem, we can deal with the individual matters that this current process has obviously affected certain people. So we can deal with it.
Yeah, we can.
All right, let's do that. So is it true that you have received a non-payment complaint from Stir Park Guest House?
That's correct.
Via email?
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about it because you are fully aware of it and you've engaged on the matter, right? Do you confirm that Stir Park Guest House is accredited?
Yes.
Is it true that Training Young Minds is the solution partner?
Yes.
What qualifies Training Young Minds as the solution partner?
I can't respond to that question. We didn't appoint Training Young Minds, so it was not done under my term of office.
But you can't say we didn't appoint.
Okay, NSFAS appointed training young minds. We have referred the contract in question for a legal and a performance review, which will inform whether they are competent or incompetent to perform the function.
So at this point, you're assuming that there is some questionable issues there.
I'd say the entirety of the student accommodation project has questions attached to it.
Okay, so there's a possibility that training young minds might not qualify to be a solution provider. That's what you're saying, for the record.
You see, I don't want to make statements that, because these are legal
No,
proceedings.
based on our
that involve
discussion, it's gone for legal review. It only goes for legal review because there's questionable issues.
Yes, so I want to say that across the board, accreditation partners, solution partners,
All
there
right,
are
but
severe
specifically
concerns.
specifically this one. And the only reason why I'm interjecting, not out of disrespect, just because I've got 15 minutes. So for this one, it's questionable.
I have concerns about the performance of all our solution partners,
Including this one.
Including this one.
Including training young minds.
Yes.
Are you aware that the inspector listed on the inspection report does not work for training young minds?
No, I'm not aware.
I'm informing you that the inspector listed on the inspection report does not work for training young minds. But that's the document that you have. And I can provide it for you. But we're helping each other. You knew, so we're helping each other. And you're committed to dealing with corruption.
Yeah.
I'm also informing you that the inspector on the report, he's a civil engineering technician employed by Lidwaba Consulting Engineers. So what has happened here is Young Training Minds is contracted by NSFAS. Their core business has nothing to do with accommodation. They are a skills training center. They then outsource this service to Lidwaba Engineering Consultants. And then an civil engineering technician goes and does the inspection and then does a report and submits it to you, and NSFAS receives it. Now we're going to show why this is important. Dineo, who is the black female who's owning this small business, Stir Park, she has reached out to NSFAS for like 5 months. Are you aware that she has not been paid? Not a cent.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Will you pay her?
So I'll tell you the latest update I have on that matter here is that of the 52 students that are staying in her property, 26 can't be verified as registered students. We don't have registered data for them. That's a major red flag for us, which means we have to be able to investigate. So we first have to investigate those 26 students, why we don't have reg data and why they're staying in a residence where NSFAS accommodation is being claimed. Should we be able to verify the registration data for the students which are residing there, which we can confirm are NSFAS students, of course, the private landlord must be paid.
Mr. CEO, you have not responded to Dineo since the 2nd of May. Only an hour, just an hour ago, Pindile from your office sent an email with that information. And it's not 26 that's unaccounted for. Pindile says 24. Which is it for the record?
Yeah, I wanted to get an update before I got here this morning.
I'm
This
giving
morning
you
it
the
was
update.
26, so it might be 26, might
It's
be
24.
But yeah, we'll accept the 24.
And Pindile from your office sent it just an hour ago today. And you haven't spoken to Dineo since 2nd May, and she's been asking for information. So 24 students is unaccounted for. 21, according to Pindile on email from your office, 21 out of that 53 students that's been living there for 6 months at this black female-owned small business, 21 has been paid directly from NSFAS for the past 5 months. She's been asking for information from NSFAS. No one has been answering her for 5 months. Today only. Now, because you're not corrupt, I'm not going to assume that there's a specific reason why she's only been answered today, because we're sitting. I'm not going to assume that. But she only got response today. That you are not going to take responsibility for the students that's been paid directly and for the students that's now unaccounted for. CEO, do you agree that 53 total students has lease agreements that has been signed on the NSFAS portal?
I'll have to go back and check that. Yeah.
I can confirm that 53 students on the NSFAS portal has signed lease agreements. NSFAS hasn't told this young lady that 24 is unaccounted for and 21 has been paid directly by yourselves. Now you are saying you're not going to pay her after 5 months. This is how much she loses because of that. 432,000 rand. You're not going to pay her. Plus 378,000 rand. You're not going to pay her. But she hosted all these students. And furthermore, you refuse. NSFAS refused to tell her who the students are. Is that fair? You tell her after 5 months, it's okay, they signed lease agreements. Then you tell her, we're not going to pay you for these students. Then she asks, who are they, so that I can make sure that I deal with them. You don't want to give her information. Is that fair?
So let me say is that I don't think there's any commitment to not pay anybody who's rendered services to NSFAS here, right? And if anybody in the NSFAS team has indicated that there'll be non-payment on any particular reason, that needs to be clarified here.
Okay, so
What
are you
we
going
need
to pay
to,
her?
if you let me finish, is to say, when you come across these issues, and I've stated from the outset today, that this student accommodation project has many flaws associated with it. This is but one landlord. There are thousands of them across the depth of the country which are experiencing similar issues here. And I don't want to run away from this problem. It is a problem which exists. I can only take so many landlord calls on a day, and I can respond to as many as I can. But when I respond to them, I like to give them firm information about the way forward here. And these matters have to go through a process of investigating what is transparent. I'll come back to the point I made, is to say, if we just go ahead and pay, we could certainly, today I could go back to the office and say to the team, everybody who has submitted a claim, let's pay everyone. Yeah. If you let me finish, let's pay everyone, right? But the reality is that on the other side of that, when we are audited, we are expected to account that we went through some validation process to check that these students were there. Now, if we were to go back and investigate and say 24 students were staying on the property that did not have NSFAS accreditation but signed a lease agreement, the question is why? And when we have to answer the why.
Do you know why I'm interjecting? Just because of my time. My time is up. And the only reason why I'm interjecting is not out of disrespect, but the question is why. I agree with you. And I'm saying to you, because we're working together here, your office has told her that because they've been paying those students directly, she's not going to get that money because money has already been paid. You saying we must ask why. I am asking why. And I am saying it will be unfair for what NSFAS has done. And you're right, there's more cases like this. What NSFAS has done is wrong. This small business worked with you in good faith. You are now causing her to lose money, lose business. And as I close, Chair, I would just like the CEO to see what I'm talking about. If you would indulge me, it's just going to take 5 seconds, but we're not there. I'm not there. I haven't met these people. We have received emails. The committee's received emails. But when we went deeper into this, we found this and we're bringing it to you. And I'm hoping that she will not be only paid for 8 students out of 53. It will be wrong to a black-owned small business. And we say we want to create jobs. This is not what is happening here. But I want you to see what her place looked like when she started with NSFAS and what's happening now. Then, Chairperson, I'm done.
Honorable struggling to get the pictures there. Honorable Law, given you extra 6 minutes.
Well,
You're going to cause problems for me with members because I've stopped them.
Chairperson, then can I
No,
make
they-
this comment?
No, they are complaining to me now.
That's fine. Can I make the comment?
It's been
in
6
conclusion.
minutes. No,
Not just
Honorable
on
Law.
what that place looks like.
All right,
They are
all
now
right.
using,
Honorable
they are
Source,
now
let's not do that.
not using electricity.
Yeah, let's not do that.
She can't pay electricity.
Yeah, but you
They
see
are
now you're
cooking
creating a
on
problem.
dry stands. I'm just
No
saying,
problem.
I wanted to show that.
I
Now, I'll
understand
send
that
the
point,
thing.
but I'm saying, let's try. We agree on the time for everybody. So let's stick to it if
I
you
will,
want to make-
Chairperson.
Yeah, but it's now 6 minutes later. They are complaining that we're
No
supposed to
problem,
go
Chair.
out at 2, and there are 2 people who are
No
still
problem.
supposed to ask questions.
No problem.
Honorable Law?
No problem.
No, thanks, Chair. I think this is the most painful and sad time for the people of South Africa, because we've been sitting with the department and NSFAS and dealing with the similar issues day and day, yearly and year. I can make one example. The last meeting with the select committee on around September 2024, the department promised to say that they are in partnership with the Development Bank of Southern Africa to help resolve all issues of accommodation. My first question will be, how far are you as a department? Let's leave there. You know what is puzzling me, what is frustrating me much more is that there was no handover report from the administrator. And what we are doing, the movie, we know it exactly. I'm part of the script writers, because I'm part of the legislators who've been sitting the side. With these questions we're asking, all of these nitty-gritties, we're consciously, yeah, we're all quite content and we're aware of all of these issues. Defunding, deregistration, all of the systems in place, we're quite content about it. There's no need maybe for me to individualize and say, why don't you do this or why are you doing this? The harsh reality of the matter is that first and foremost, the department or NSFAS must release a statement tonight to apologize to the people and the children of South Africa. One, we gave them hope that NSFAS will cover the nitty-gritties of the marginalized and the poor children who come from Pampurstad to Majakoro to Madipelesa. But when they must travel and they must be defunded during the course where there's hope, it causes mental problems. It causes problems to society and to different households. Some of them, they go to school because the 3 years, the 4 years is the hope that they will change the scenario at home through poverty. Secondly, your systems need to be aligned. Your institutional system and NSFAS must be aligned before you start with anything else. And I'm quite concerned. I saw something where workers are not happy. Now, if your internal workers are not happy, what we've been crying ever since the administrator, now he's gone. He's gone on the report. Gone. We're in trouble. We're just playing on top of the issues, but we don't know what are the detailed report. Later on, we're going to come here, Chair. We'll have a new report submitted by the administrator. We don't know, is he bitter? We don't know why he left, and we don't know how was the process, but it is upon the department to make sure when they come here, they try and compile what they have, because they've been accompanying the administrator. So when we come here, we're content to say, look, we haven't received the handover report, but these are the issues that we think must put deadlines and timeframes. So I'm not going to ask any specific questions, Chair. One, we're going to assist the NSFAS now. We're going to help you. I'm a solution person. By end of June, NSFAS must have went to a new system with SARS. How do you do it? You follow procedure. You must, by end of June, you must have SARS system implemented in NSFAS. That is aligned with universities, aligned with NSFAS and private providers by end of June. We are going to assist you to put time frames now, because I think we must play our oversight role as also operational legislators. And then secondly, you need to resolve those who applied at TVETs and are now at universities and are told that they are not covered. It's your system. They are our students, they are South Africans. You must resolve that issue with immediate effect. If you can resolve that issue, we will know where we are going, so that we can be actionable. I think we must enforce actions that are practical. Because I can tell you, defunding is a problem. We're going to assist you. Now, when you have aligned your systems, and you've got the document, and you fix your system in terms of documentation that you must submit of SARS and others, it will assist you to understand who should you fund and who should not defund. So that will be a solution for the students. June, end of June is my time frame. I don't know, members, if I'm the last at least. And then you are not answering any students as expected. An entity like NSFAS must have 24 hours people who understand the issues and respond. Don't give them hope, but be honest. And respond to students with immediate effect to say, we've got your issue, you are still pending, we'll respond Friday or Monday. So that students can have hope, because the poor kids don't have confidence anymore in the government of South Africa and its entities. Because what they get from committees and what they get is commission of inquiries, or is about explanations of 360 degrees for whatever I've been explained to. We'll put systems, we'll remove this. After you come, you have removed nothing. You are coming with new explanations that are not assisting the process. So, the other thing, the critical thing that we've been asking the administrator, and I'm asking it again, is the 3.5 billion for the missing medical students. Where it is? What does it say? How does it assist us to respond to the issues? Because it seems like a national song for us, yes, members of parliament, and students, about the 3.5 billion. And how much have you spent from it? That one we want to know, so that we are able to understand in context. I'm going to assist you, Chair. I'm going to comment and align my questions. They will just take note, and then I don't expect response. I want written response, because I've realized when I cite my documents from 2023 to 24, I can tell you this movie is the same movie we're on top of it. What similar issues, similar outcomes of students now must maybe they become very practical, because at least we're administrators in our own right. Now, the other things that I'm worried about, you haven't investigated officials, or you haven't looked onto officials who seems to be running these accommodations from institutions. Are they involved? Why are we having conflict with appointed private providers? And why are we having issues with institutions? We must look onto the officials who are running those institutions. They might be sabotaging genuine, struggling private providers who've got hope to say government has brought us opportunity to showcase our intellectual capacity as black children, or black majority, or any other majority of our people, to make sure that we deliver adequate services and we work hand in glove with different institutions to understand that, yes, we are capable of doing that. So my time frame for the entity to deal with the funding, accommodation, align your system with SARS, and you are going to have to report to us now quarterly. Both the department and NSFAS, we need reports quarterly, Chair, so that we're able to monitor. When they come again appearing, we'll know how we measure them. So we're putting a tool of monitoring and evaluation. In all of the issues that members have raised, including the issues we're going to put and we're going to send to you, we're going to give you an action plan of quarterly reporting, Chair. We are going to report quarterly, and you are going to be practical and realistic. You don't put percentage. You tell us if there are 1,970, we only have 200. The remaining is this amount. Leave the percentage for now. We are going to use mathematics literacy now to get to the point of understanding how do we keep away the inhumane that the learners and the South Africans are facing because of the entities of government. And we are getting paid, most of us. And learners are depressed. Others are killing themselves. The appointed providers are being sabotaged because of political connections, or because of officials who've got some syndicates that are doing whatever they are working with. Look onto those problems. Because part of the problems that hinders you to implement what is required is corruption. And it's connections. And who knows what, and who can give what. An uncontrollable system that is in government is a mess. That means the state does not know where it wants to go. Must close shop and just give back everything to the institutions and the TVET, and then we close shop of the third person who's messing us up. We've been messed up by 4 third persons. It's private providers, sometimes those who are not delivering. It's NSFAS officials who are corrupt. It's institutional officials, and it's those who are not honest in terms of delivering the real accommodation for our students, whom we regard as those who've got proximity to certain individuals. So your problems are there. As to how do you relate with these people, you must be very strict as to what should transpire for the students. So the South Africans don't have hope. They don't have interest on your explanations. They want to see 2025 academic year being proper and having to say, yes, we have dealt with issues. During December 2024, we won't defund anyone, and we are quite content our systems are aligned, and we are going to exclude this certain amount of students, and then we are clear. We'll only have a clinch of 10% that we are going to deal with and refer them somewhere to TVETs. We need solution-driven country now. We are very young to be coming and explaining us who's not here, who's here. My worry is that the systems we are referring to, they can be enforceable, but we don't want to do them. And how we don't want to do them, there is no consequence management that I always speak about. The department can come here with entities and behave like there's nothing they are doing, and we must now play the operational role and say, but why are you not doing this? Why we must do this? It's every time. We are used to it. We are used to it. The department is presiding over entities. They've got a duty before entities report and say they must tell us their assessment and how have they acted towards these issues. Now students are suffering at an expense where people are just coming, it's Wednesday, it's this program, we're just going to comply and we're leaving, it's fine. But South Africans are crying. Students want to be educated, they want to learn in conducive environments because where they come from is not conducive, given the status quo of the economy in their locations and where they come from. Now, if government is saying, come to us, it's where you must learn and you must come and run government, but when they get there, they get raped, they don't get proper accommodation, they get depressed, they don't get access to NSFAS, they must send emails 100 times with what data? And they fail because of now, then we are told that they are not doing what is expected to them. The university students are getting 319 compared to other universities. We don't know why. So we've got a duty here today, Chair, to in fact, give action to NSFAS to say, we are no longer going to sit in, I'm not going to sit part of the committee where people are explaining to us, this one took this. I want to come here when we are going to be told all students are funded who are supposed to be funded, all those who are not supposed to be funded are not funded, and we've got our finances accordingly, and we can report to say that at the end of the year, we are going to have a smooth running at institutions where no protests will take place and accommodations are being affirmed and confirmed. You're incapacitated because you don't know, you've never went to individual accommodation to confirm, are they existing, are they there? And who are you funding? It's because of we are told, no, fund this one is this one. Be honest to yourself. If you want to consciously turn South Africa to be a better country, and you want South Africa to respond to the current global tensions that are taking place internal, we here as public servants, we here as leaders who are leading institutions, we must change attitude and deliver what is expected to our people. Because you can't come and, technically we know how to spin doctor everything. I can tell you, I can write a report and spin, we turn it in, if you can beat turn it in, and you can expect us not to beat the same. If you can beat, I'm just being honest. You get 2% out of 100%. You must know that we can do the same. Now, if you are here, you can't beat us to say this will not be funded because there's no money. Put your systems according to place and align the institutions accordingly so that we're able to assist you. So you've got till June. By July, we want actions. Your system must be running. Because I'm afraid, the reason I'm not asking is that the administrator promised us that everything is fine. When you press this, the light will be blue and red. And he was lying to us. So we don't expect to be lied to with the student issues. We are conscious, we are revolutionary, some of us are sitting here. And it's painful to ask you questions that you are going to answer exactly the same. I can make 4 copies of our portfolio committee meetings in different terms. They are equal to the same answers and want to run our own shows because we believe we can run and lie to South Africans. Chair, if this committee does not put boundaries and deadlines, will be a talk show, Yaselima Tunzi forever. Will be problematic to our own people because we entertain much of entities than taking actions. So this should be the last time where NSFAS present a lot of reports that has many discrepancies. It must bring solutions. If they are not able to, let them move. So we can assist them. And I've got few recommendations for them that I want to give. And I'm going to hand over because I'm not happy. I'm not even excited about the presentations and everything. Students are not happy about ourselves as a country and how NSFAS is running things. So, Chair, the first recommendation is that uncredited private accommodation should not be paid for. However, providers should be encouraged to seek accreditation. Centralize the close-out project. Implement an action plan for Auditor General South Africa recommendations. Develop clear, honest, transparent communication, including challenges, as this approach will foster trust, enhance collaboration, and ensure that all stakeholders are well informed even when addressing difficulties. By end of May, we want to see campuses or institutions having NSFAS officers so that students must take their frustration to those officers there. By end of May, I don't know how you're going to do it, but we need to have students, office of NSFAS in each and every college and university. It has been said since 2022. How do you do it? Do you drop them there and you put gazebos and they put systems? You will see how you do it. But by end of May, it must happen, the thing. We've been saying it for 4 years. We've been promised that it will happen. It must happen. If it does not happen, it means NSFAS is not willing to change attitude and transform the country in terms of the student education ecosystem of higher education. So we're going to make it easy for you, we're going to put KPIs for you. End of May, we're going to report NSFAS. They must be very reflective. They must be able to assist students. If the emails are not addressed, they are able to assist those ones, and then they can send to office, they address those issues. We are going to assist you to get out of that fancy office and see how you're going to address issues on the ground. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. DDG, you said that the administrator did not submit the handover report. Can you confirm if the handover report submission was included in the terms of reference of the appointment of the administrator?
Chair, I'd have to go back and look at the terms of reference. I don't have them here. But he received a letter, and it was given to him, physically. Yes, and in that letter, it was confirmed that he'd be given the month, was it month of February? The month of February or March. Time, because I think he requested time within which to do this letter. In fact, memory serving me right, I'll have to go back and check the records. He indicated that he would need time to complete the handover report. And then it was, we then confirmed in writing that that time would be a month. He was provided with a computer that he had to do so. So that is where that matter ended. I'll go back and check on the terms of reference. But in the terms of reference, what I remember very clearly, he had to give update reports.
Yes, that's true.
So
He had
that
to
would
report
have
every
accumulated
quarter.
to a terms of reference. But
Yes,
I'll go back and
he
check
had
the
to
exact
report
wording.
every quarter.
Yes.
It's the third last paragraph on the terms of reference. The administrator had to report to the department and the minister every quarter, and the third quarter from April would have been at the end of January. So you should have, the latest report that you should have is the one of end of January. Do you have that report?
Chair, if he has been giving reports to the department, he would have sent it to Minister, not to me. I will cross-check with Minister's office if he submitted a report in January.
Yeah.
But I don't recall seeing a handover report from the administrator at all.
Yeah, so the Gazette says must report to the minister and the department. And as the DDG responsible for university where where NSFAS reports to, you should have had them. So the understanding then should be the Gazette is April 24. Every quarter would mean what? End of July, the first one. End of October, the second one. End of January, the third one. So you guys in the department and ministry should only not have a month-old report, the February one, but you should have all the three reports. Instead of saying to us, you don't have the handover report and therefore we're starting afresh. You should have 3 reports because that's what the Gazette said. That's what the contract of employment of the administrator would have said. Unless if you want to tell us now that you guys in the ministry and department did not follow up on your own terms of reference in getting the report from the administrator. Come in.
Chair, the DG is best placed to respond to this, but we wrote to the administrator asking him for those reports. I know that very well because I assisted. I do not know what happened behind the scenes, but I know we requested the administrator to submit an updated report. So what NSFAS does in relation to the department, every quarter, that report that it must submit on its performance, it's sent to the department. And we then process that report with a response from the department back to NSFAS. That's a separate matter. The administrator's report, as per the terms of reference, a specific letter was written to the administrator. I have never seen the administrator's response to that letter. I do know that discussions may have taken place elsewhere, but I have never seen the administrator report on specifically the terms of reference.
Okay. You see, it then means what we always raise with the department not doing oversight, we are confirming it. Because if you are supposed to receive a report from the portfolio committee, and I don't report, and there's no consequence management on me, this thing is a problem, because this is not the only one. Universities are supposed to report X, Y, and Z. We're told no, they did not report. I mean, you know, the department is causing us problems, DDG. Because it can be that every time, you see, I listen to the acting CEO, and shame, acting CEO, I feel for you, because the issues that you are raising here, I was here as a member of this committee when with administration, Dr. Corolese. He saw exactly what you saw now. He saw it. We handed over to the new CEO. He saw whatever you said you saw. It was Dr. Carolson saw. What you are seeing, the administrator now, so the same thing. And the reason why I want to blame your department is that you should have a report. They should not be discovering things. They should be saying, here's a report of end of July. That said, in June, we deregistered 10,300 students because of this thing. Because we don't want to assume that they woke up and deregistered students. It means there was some work that identified that these ones have been wrongly funded earlier in the year. Now, this week, NSFAS, I asked them when I started the meeting, we are receiving students who are telling us, members spoke about it, that were told you applied during T3 and T3 24, T1 25 TVET cycle. But NSFAS told us that were funded. And that is why University of Free State registered me, CUT, registered me, TUT, registered me, and so forth and so on. And this week, you have told them, from last week actually, you have given them letters that were defunding you. You applied for a TVET cycle instead of a university cycle. That thing is going to happen again. Because you don't have the report, department. You should have handed over that July report to the new board and management, the new management, and said, this is a report of July. The first quarter report of the administrator, this is what they've seen. Now you are forcing them to go make the same mistake because you are not giving them this report that identified the problem. So every now and then we are doing the same mistakes over and over again because we don't want to learn. And I can't blame them, they are new. But the department should have done so. The department and the ministry should have said, here's a report that have identified this particular problem. So it's yourselves, DDG, at the department who are creating problems for us. We have a problem at NSFAS of over-reliance on consultants. You did not say it here. I kept quiet. I wanted to hear you say. You did not say it. Almost everything there is run by consultants. Acting CEO, members are correct. Seated here, I'm one of those who said, I don't understand why you want to have allowance providers. My small understanding would have been these people have got bank accounts with different banks. So you sit and say, banks, I'm going to load, just like how this country has got a big big number of people working for the state. They are paid through something called a PESA. These members were paid through a PESA. I've not heard any of them say, Chair, my money was supposed to get in on Friday, it came on Monday. It's on time. Members say, you are paid on time. Yeah? They are paid on time. Why do we want to create a problem, General? Now, Honorable Lonzi says it's comrades. He wants to attack us now. You see, you are creating a problem for us. Now we must go defend things we don't know. We're not. So this thing is simple, TCO. You take ID numbers of these people, you check, we give them to the bank. Say, please check if this student has got an account with you. Because I want to pay you. I can tell you banks will take it. Because if you are going to put, I don't know how much you pay per month in allowances, but if we pay over 48 billion in 10 months, so we pay, pay probably about 1 point something to 2 billion in allowances on excluding accommodation. So there is no way banks will say no. They will take that, put this thing on their system and tell you, these students of yours, this 10,000, they've got an account with me. Then you confirm with students, do you want to be paid in that account? And yes, we want this account. Simple. You have a personal arrangement with the bank. You say, bank, I want to release them on the 25th. Or my kids, my students are supposed to get their allowances on the 25th. I'm going to release on the 20th. When on the 29th, you must give me data of who you have paid. So that's where you reconcile if there's change, if you owe anybody and all of that. So it's very easy. So you don't really need these people. I said to you, and I'm going to repeat it, you don't need 30-something of accommodation providers. I'm actually, Honorable Loans, I'm shocked that they're saying it's 30-something. I thought it was 8. I had the number. I was trying to look for my other reports of NSFAS because they said it's 80-something. Now it's 39. So it means they've cut them in half, which is good. So it means next week there will be 20. there'll be 20. So it's good. The numbers are going down. But you don't need this big number of things. Because you are saying you don't have the capacity to deal with the accommodation fair. And I hear you. Those who listened clearly, the NSFAS wants to get rid of accommodation too. Again, I don't blame them because they don't have the handover report of the problems of accommodation providers that complained that when this thing is fully controlled by universities, it's worse. Corruption there is bad. So you want to do what Einstein says it's insanity. You want to learn yourself. You know when they tell you, child, don't touch this stove when it's red because it's hot. You think, no, these parents are crazy. You want to touch. Unfortunately, you are going to affect a lot of small businesses with that decision. And I'm pleading with you to reconsider. Rather have a hybrid arrangement. You say, university, go and accredit. I'm going to have maybe 9 accommodation people to verify what we have done. So now, and these people, they don't send the report to these people. So your university does their own thing, they send it to NSFAS. Then you send your own person who does not have knowledge of this report to go and check that thing, and then you can compare. But it's just because if you don't do that, you are going to have a situation of Letaba Tibet College, where our kids, a Tibet said this is where kids are staying, until they complain and we realize that all along we've been paying for people staying in a shack. Because you don't have any way of doing oversight over that thing. But it also does not make sense that you'll pay over 10 billion every year and you don't want to know where this 10 billion goes. You don't want to understand whether these people comply with the norms and standards. There's Wi-Fi, there's X, Y, and Z. So we have a responsibility to play oversight over this. So I want to lobby you that I've realized that you can't do it on your own, because even when you put these people, your people are highly immoral, the ethics are zero there, they just rob our people. But the universities as well continue to do the same. So want to lobby you there, not to give it to them. We're paying a lot of money to these consultants. Let's get rid of them. We're paying 30 million rands per annum. That thing. Try and approach the court and say, court, it's been 8 months now. Can we please expedite the process? This is, if possible, send an application on agency basis. Tell them we're losing 30 million. These people, every year that passes is 30 million that we should be using to rather pay for our systems that we don't have. Your Labour CEO told us that you have incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure, where a company was contracted to develop the payment process. They call it the student calculator. Please look at it. It's fruitless expenditure because that did not happen. People were paid, but there was no service. Please get into the bottom of that. I know there's SIU there. I don't know if the scope covers such a thing. If not, we might look into having a forensic, because you see, it can happen that we have our people that do as they please, and then they resign, then we can't do anything. I mean, what kind of, we're running a banana republic, where people can just do as they please, and we don't follow them because they've resigned. We say, no, but you know, we have not opened criminal cases. I mean, if somebody, let me tell you, you know me, I'm not a finance person, but I can tell you, CFO, I had a problem with the CFO of NSF about it. And I wanted to blame other people. And I said, at the end of the day, CFO, or acting CFO, it should be you who pay. You pay this company 5 million. There's no way a CFO can say, I had a financial manager who I trusted their report, supply chain manager, and it's them who did this thing. But it's you who should pay. The reason why we have a chief financial officer, my small understanding is that you are the head of finance And whatever happens at finance, the buck should stop with you. And if you pay people, you should be clear that I have proof that this, I've bought laptops, even though you may have paid 91,000 for them, but I have them. I have laptops here. I can see them. I'm going to, yes, I can, you know, there's service that has been provided. You pay, but if you pay, but you don't know whether service was provided, then you have a problem. You must be accountable. So that's my, here I see acting CEO and a CFO, that student calculator. Go look for the records there. Labor had reported to us that people were paid for something that was not done. Then want you to look at it. I'm not, okay, maybe before I get to this part. On slide 52, you touched on it a little bit. So we have received complaints, especially around the TUT area. Small providers who are saying we've been housing students. One, NSFAS has not paid us. We have spoken to NSFAS. But now, NSFAS and these big providers and TUT, they're in cahoots. There's a letter that apparently you guys have written and agreed on, and you are saying students must move out of this small business, small housing, small accommodation housing, and they must go to these big ones. Please answer as the CEO. What's happening on that one?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I started out by saying the lack of a student accommodation policy and a guiding framework leads us to this situation. So you have a situation where TUT is participating on the student accommodation pilot project, but partially participating, which I'm not sure, it's not reduced to a legal agreement, so it's hard to hold anybody accountable. So TUT says they're able to manage the majority of their student accommodation. TUT is one of the largest recipients of NSFAS funding. They then say that their agreement with the previous administration was that for 2,000 beds that they will participate with, it will be limited to certain private landlords. And they're not going to go outside of that agreement. Otherwise, they're not participating. Again, there's no policy, there's no framework, there's no contract. Now you have a situation where a solution partner, contrary to that, which TUT claims is the agreement, contrary to that, goes and onboards landlords and offers spaces to smaller private landlords and proceeds to place students in those properties. You now have a situation where, because the flow of the process, as I explained earlier, is that somebody can't be paid unless the institution has approved. So the institution says, this is not what we agreed to. We never agreed to our students staying there. So we are not going to approve on the portal. Which means that the control for payment can't be triggered. You can't pay those landlords. So they are accommodating students for which they can't be paid because the institution won't sign off. The institution insists that from their perspective, the students' continued residence in those properties is unsafe, unsecure, and they'll not take responsibility for it. NSFAS can't pay because the institution won't sign off. The landlords are angry. The students have to hang with the threat of eviction over their heads. What we are attempting to do is play a mediation role to say how best can we resolve. But without clear frameworks or policies, these are the kind of situations. And they are repetitive. There's a similar issue at the University of Victoria. There are similar issues at CPUT. So we really need to go back and say, what informed how we got here? And for now, we can best remedy all of these situations and reach settlements and mediate. But you can't carry on like this. It is a chaotic situation. I don't have time to focus on my work because all I do is deal with student accommodation issues. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it means, members, we might need to have another session with these accommodation providers, both small and big, and these institutions where we have problems, including the solution partners. We must have, as a matter of urgency, we look at our program again and see what we can move around. But we must have it urgently, because as we speak now, there are students who are threatened even this morning, are supposed to prepare for exams. They don't know where they are going to sleep. They are hoping that the landlord will say, I've been paid for January. I can buy electricity today. Because really it is that these landlords, they've incurred costs. They've paid, they owe the municipality. They don't have electricity, water and lights, data, Wi-Fi and all of. So there must be a solution to this problem. I mean, there's somebody who sent me a screenshot here of a guy called Bright who's on YouTube who says accommodation providers in Tibet in KZN have not been paid for 5 months. And I think that's the point you are making, that it can be. This is not the only ones. And there seems to be, they've taken on a conversation between one association, SAFTA, what is it, the one KZN, and NSFAS, where they keep on talking there. There's no, there's a problem generally. And I think Honorable Sazana tried to touch on it. And let me touch on it this way. NSFAS. You colleagues, from where I'm standing, you colleagues are trying to sabotage the political leadership that is deployed, the minister and the deputy ministers who are responsible for higher education and training, because there's no way that the department or the ministry will release any statement about NSFAS when NSFAS did not feed that information to the department. So you colleagues, you say, Minister, we will pay these people on the 18th of March. Release a statement. The department releases a statement on behalf of the minister. But you guys don't have a plan on how you are going to pay these people. You come, as Honorable Soul says, you come after effect and say, no, we could not pay them. The reason we could not pay is because we have paid 21 students directly. Why did you say to the department, release a statement that will pay on the 21st? So from an outside, I've looked at the number of communications that you have taken between yourselves and the department and the ministry. And I've concluded that this is nothing but you guys intentionally trying to sabotage the leadership, because it does not make sense. When you give the department or the ministry an undertaking, you should say, these are the 1,200 small accommodation providers that we have. We owe them 12 billion from 2024, 2025. And we're going to pay them 3 billion. And this is how we're going to do it. But if you just release statements, you've released a lot of statements. A lot of statements between yourselves and these accommodation providers, and nothing has come to fruition. You have promised them, I don't know how many. It's just that, I can't even open. Some of them, they even blame us. I can't even respond to others because they are unfairly treating us now. Even though we're trying to help them, some of them, when I'm in a meeting, for an example, they will call. And if I don't answer, I'm in a meeting. I'm chairing a meeting. If I don't answer, they just write a lot of... and I understand they're frustrated. You are frustrating them. But now they are taking their frustration on us, which is unnecessary. So those ones have decided, I've explained to them, I don't work at NSFAS, we'll try and assist. But if then they take their frustration on us, we don't deserve that, we're not going to do it. But you, colleagues, these people end up writing to these members because you don't respond to them. You don't respond to them. What you must just do, acting CEO, who must take your contact details or emails and then post them on social media and say, no, that's what you must do, because if we don't do that, you must then say to your people, your line manager, say, your role is this thing. I don't want to hear Honorable Souls or Honorable Litsia sending me a query, because people should have confidence to send it to you. But they send it to your people don't answer it. So people lose confidence there, then they end up coming to us. So you have not paid these people for 4 months, or you are creating a serious problem. When I opened the meeting, I said to you, there's a lady in KwaZulu-Natal who lost property, 80 beds, because we had not paid them for a long time. Now you want these ones again to lose their property. And what are you going to do? You're probably going to say sorry. How's that going to? These people, their children are at school now because of these businesses that they are running. And if these businesses go COO, it means these people will not have any sort of income. It means their children must get out of school. So you guys must, and that's what I had said before you arrived. People must take chairperson of the board. Let people put their heads on the block. Somebody who, CFO, if you have a list of people you have not paid and you have received anything, the board must say, if you have not paid these people by the 28th of May, then you resign. You'll see those people will be paid. If you go to COO, I know the issue of appeals are revolving, they are revolving thing, because now it's T2 starting, you'll get others. But if we say to you, there's no revolving wheel on the appeals of university students. Those that made the appeals in February, it's May now. If end of May comes and you have not finalized it, Chair, you say to them, sign here, you'll resign. Because why would you have an appeal of February not finalized in May? Where do you think this child is sleeping and eating? So people must take, so Chair, we're asking you to be rough on management. They must go, and that's what I've said before. They themselves, the COOs, they've got people working there in operations. They must go do the same. Say, your target is 20 today. Every day it's 20. This is what you must do. Then they will come and say, no, but we can't solve it because it's IT. You go to IT. Who's responsible, that IT? We can't get verified data. We can't do these things. But if you continue the way you are continuing, we're not going to get anywhere. NSFAS will be, it's as if we've designed NSFAS to be this way because somebody is eating somewhere. Whereas our kids, our poor children there are suffering. It can be. So we're asking you, Chair, with your board, go be hard. If you can be hard, unfortunately, when the minister comes, minister can't fire the COO, or the minister comes, will fire you. So you must go and do your job. We will put pressure on the minister, say, Minister, your people are not working. Then the minister will come to you. So please go and do what you need to do. I will not be asking, I've realized that if you ask questions, there will be, we're now going to go to conclusion. You are making a point that some of these appeals, which is not true, is that students have not submitted documents. It's not true, I'm telling you. We have created in my office a problem towards resolving students' appeal with NSFAS. And these students, they will send us a query. I'll give it to Tanya. Tanya will liaise with yourself, Sivu and no, not you, Yeah, Malika. Yeah. Liaise with Bo Malika there. Then they'll come and say, no, the student must upload their parents' ID. And then if they're in Gauteng, the student will say to me, no, the portal does not allow me. Then we'll tell them the portal does not allow the student. Then your people will say, no, it's not true. Then I'll go to the student, because I stay in Gauteng. And I'll say to them, Mamela, can we meet at this time? Let's try and resolve this problem. Then when I get there, I phone them, I tell them, I'm here, they even try to lie to me. I say to them, where must the student upload here? Because I'm here, I'm with them. Could you explain it to me? They themselves, they don't know. We then agree, okay, sharp, the student will email. You, that side, you will upload it for the student. The student will upload in January. And then in April, they then contact the student. We're still waiting for the document. So the issue of document does not exist. Let me tell you, I've done it not with one student. I'm making an example with this one, with many of them. So your system there, and if we are only left with, you said we are left with 14 or 40 million. 13. Yo. So we have spent over 100 million on this system that can't breathe. Then we have, we have a problem. There's a problem there, because last year, when we started around October, we asked, how much have we used there? And the team said to us that money was not touched, because they spoke to the former CFO. You remember that story? It's on record. We have that on our minutes when we interacted with you. So they said, because Treasury was giving, I think it was 130 actually, because Treasury was giving 65 million, I think, and said they can't give us the second one because we have not used this one. So we will attend to that part. This thing, it's only 13 million left. Yeah, we would have a problem. So yeah, this is where we are, colleagues. Before I close, okay, Honorable Khabo wanted to. I don't want to open. Maybe send me, Honorable Khabo. No, I'm saying send it to me on. Desiree, maybe you send it to a wrong number. Oh, the other time, yeah. No, oh, that one, the last one. When you respond to us on the questions that we'll give you, Honorable van der Walt also wants to know the contractor who we are trying to terminate from there at the building. Who's the contractor? Because it's at court. Give us the name of that contract. We do have a number. So we're going to meet with you soon to deal with this issue of student accommodation. We will try and look at when will Parliament have a full day, because now we have a sitting. When we have a full day, so that members can at least have 30 minutes to ask their questions. Some of them, we will send it to you in writing, because their constituencies have sent them these questions. They say, go and ask them X, Y, and Z, but because of time constraints, we are unable to. What, you want to suggest something?
No. Just clarity on the timeline of responses on the questions that you want to speak.
Yeah, no, I was going to get to that part. So we'll give them. Yeah, Deputy Chair will swear. So when we give you the questions, we will indicate in writing when do you want those answers. We will be very fair with you. Normally we make 7 days, but we'll be very fair. We'll probably make 7 or 14 days for you to respond. I hope board members, you now understand the big problems that we have at that institution. It's not going to be a walk in the park. We wish you all the best. We want you to succeed because we want NSFAS to succeed. Acting CEO and your senior management, we wish you all the best yourselves. I know that we did not give you enough time to speak about 9 clean audits because members spoke about 9 wasted years, so we don't want to them to take punches at each other. But we wish you all the best. We believe that at least me, I know your heart is in the right place. It's a different ball game that will be tough. Work on having stakeholder relations that is productive. You can't win anyway when your stakeholder relations is not where it's supposed to be with all the stakeholders, the unions that are there, and all of that. It's very important. You know, I always say workers are service delivery agents. And when they are not happy, you are not going to get service delivery across. You are not going to serve your clients, which is the students. So if your service delivery agents aren't serving your clients, then why do you want to exist? Across the board, there are a lot of people who are calling for NSFAS to be dissolved and monies to be given to banks. Personally, I don't agree. I don't agree with that because I know a lot of people who would not have seen a gate of a university without NSFAS. Yes, you are a nightmare to us, and you are supposed to be solving problems. I mean, in a few weeks' time, I think ours is on the 17th something of June, something. We are voting for a budget of higher education, vote 17, sometime in June, July, 3rd of July, yeah. Yeah, on the 3rd of July. We are voting for this budget on the 3rd of July because we understand what it means. We understand who it must touch. But you colleagues at NSFAS, you are making it difficult for people to believe that this budget works for them. Because it works for these people in between. They are making, no, they are working, it works for these fighters in between. You know, Bonarako and these people who are just taking, I mean, 5% of 10 billion is 500 million. With 500 million, we can't complain about shortages of staff. The system should work. And I'm going to, this thing of student accommodation, whilst you are still in court, you said to, you guys are taking the solution providers for a review. You are thinking about it. I'm going to, because we must also provide solutions, I'm going to try and get IT people to develop a system for you for free. Say, this is a solution for student accommodation. I must not say solution because they will say solution partners. It must be something. But they must do it for free. We'll get there. Because we do have private sector. We're paying there for what? I don't understand why we must pay the money that must go to accommodation provider. Who must, instead, if you take 5% from him, he does not give a Wi-Fi that can run as fast for this child to attend online classes. The video will be buffering at some point, run, stops, because you are taking 500 million that's supposed to go to them, and you give it to some middle people. So we must get people, members, let's try. Let's get people to develop a system for free. Don't bring people who want to own, who want to claim from NSFAS as well. Must develop something for free and say, this is your contribution to finding solutions for NSFAS. Unfortunately, with the other ones of the one that we are having on applications and monies, those ones they would have issues with what do you call it, cyber security, what. So those ones you must pay, and we don't want people to say they are giving you something for free and they will still information of students there. So must bring people who are legitimate, who are ethical, and who will do everything in their power to help us. Chairperson, we don't want to wake up tomorrow and we are told you have decided to introduce another thing in the middle of the term. That thing is disruptive. See your letter of the 7th of March, and I understand, I've said it, I understand where you come from, that we don't want to pay unaccredited accommodation. But if you send a letter on the 7th of March, in the middle of the term or the semester, and at the end of the first trimester of TVET, you are creating problems. Just like now, last week, you have written to many students at universities that you are defunding them because they applied in the TVET cycle. There are those chairperson of council that we believe you guys must know. There are those who applied in September when you opened for both T3 and for universities. Those students, many of them were in high school. So when they apply there, it's the first time they interact with this system of yours. Probably some of them make a mistake of choosing TVET. But they are in high school, they are finishing matric. So in October, when a student has applied in September, your system should say to you, this student has not uploaded the matric certificate. It means they don't have it as it is. So your system should be able to communicate with the student and say, were you applying for a T3 or for university in 2025? Because you have a high number of students who were in their mind applying for university during the university period. But because your system had an option of university or TVET, some of them probably did not even know what is the difference. They just chose whatever. Or your system was malfunctioning. They tried to press university, it was not pressing. But this one pressed so that they can move forward, they did so. But they were in high school. So there's no way they were applying for T3. NSFAS must sit down. I know there's a huge financial implications. But NSFAS must sit down and look at what is it that it's going to do to address that problem. It's not a child's problem, this one. You can't say it's her fault when she was in high school, Njani. When they upload their matric certificate, it shows you, I've just received it, my results, 13 January 2025. And then you want to say, no, but you applied for, let's apply our mind there. When we went to Free State, CUT tells us you owe them $1 billion. 1 billion rand. From the closeout project, and you guys should be done. I don't know what is it that you are going to do, because I saw NSFAS, you have released a statement saying you are distancing yourself from what DUT said about you running out of money or what. We have distanced ourselves from that statement. You did not see the DDG. Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, so you said, no, you don't have those problems. But you owe CUT 1 billion. They told us, the CFO there was very proud, Honorable Souls, to say that they were owed 1 billion. You know, it was the first time in a meeting I heard him speak so loud. Because when you are asking him about that company, what is it? That company, he was very low. So, DG, you want to respond as NSFAS or as acting DG?
No, Chair, mine was just to say, on the question of closeout report and universities claim they're being owed X or Y, there's only one process they can follow. They cannot go public about how much they owed, because as you would appreciate, in the case of MUT, it is MUT that owes NSFAS millions. I do not want to speak too much of it, but it is so serious that MUT can never pay back NSFAS, what it owes NSFAS. So I'm just saying, where we hear this, universities must put it in writing to you so that we deal with it in an official manner. If it is verbal, then it cannot be corroborated. Yes, because we have evidence, hard evidence from the administrator of MUT that MUT will never be able to pay NSFAS. So I just thought I should clear the record there that universities, and I will certainly also engage them, they must not mislead members, because it is in the administrator's closeout report that this is a very serious problem, and we must find out how we will resolve it and how it can be covered in the NSFAS balance sheet.
Yeah. No, let's we will send it to you in writing so that we have them. But in defense of duty, we asked them in public, so they had to respond. CUT, sorry. We asked them in public, do you owe NSFAS? And so they did not go out in their defense. They did not go out and say things in public. What is the name of that? Honorable van der Walt was in court yesterday, so she's made friends there. Yeah, she made friends. She's a person of fighting employment equity, so she made friends there in court. So she wants to know what is the company that we're up against, the one that we have leased from, so that she can get the people there in the courts to help us. You are taking it. Yeah, so in conclusion, colleagues, we can't wait 4 months, extra 4 months, DDG, the chair of the board, to resolve the data between NSFAS and accommodation providers. We can't afford that. I want to make an appeal. There are those that you still owe from 2024. We can't still complain about the registration data, honestly speaking. By the end of this month. So what must happen, CEO, you put together a team now. Or did I hear the ministers put together a task team? Or what was it on accommodation? For the funding crisis. Yeah, maybe, DDG, we need the board to put together a task team to resolve this problem with immediate effect. So what should happen, chair of the board? You can have a team from the board. I know it may sound like you're being operational, and I know, corporate governance sometimes, but we're resolving a crisis here. So we put together probably the CEO, somebody dealing with accommodation, 2 board members, 4-member people. You go look at, from these 2 members, maybe there will be accountants, people, one maybe with legal background, one with accounting. So let's look at what we have, and let's take a decision. If it means if you agree that you owe these people from 2024, then you approach the AG. You say, AG, this is the situation we have. You can approach a treasury as well and say, this is the problem we have. We have not paid these people in 10 months. We owe them from 2024. We have just done an assessment on the claims that we have, and we realize that this one, we may be owing them 20 million. We are not going to pay them 20 million. Maybe let's pay them 10 million so that, the companies, the housings are not sold. Like the example I made about one lady in KwaZulu-Natal. So we pay them 50% so that they are able to survive. Then the task team continues to do further. Yeah, you would have sat down with the AG, with the Treasury, put in concurrence. but we are resolving the problem. And this is not us saying go and pay people. And then you said in the committee, they said you must pay people. We're saying go verify if the people that you must pay are indeed owed by yourselves. Then you go to the second batch. There's these ones from that have written to us, and they might be all over. The ones that have written to us very loudly is the team from KwaZulu-Natal in the TVET space. Put together, that team must go meet with them. Okay, what is the problem? Then you go to the ones in Limpopo, the ones in Free State, Gauteng. But there seems to be a common theme here, which is TVET college accommodation providers. You are not paying them. They feel that you are treating them as second-class citizens, and it can't be. So put together this task team. They must go to work immediately. By end of this month, it's the 7th today. You should be able to do it in 15, 21 days, but we have 23 days to try and conclude and pay people, because even when they go and make arrangement with their banks, banker, I'm going to put this thing on auction. They say, no, NSFAS has promised to pay us on the 7th of April. When you don't pay, you don't even tell them. You come back on the 9th, you say, no, we're going to do another process. So we're asking you, Chairperson, take this thing immediately, because it has potential of either making or breaking the term of office of your board. You have the name CEO before we close.
It's Dynamic South Africa.
Yeah, Prasa Maiki, my brother.
The company is Dynamic SA.
The company is Dynamic SA. We are with them in court. Now we have Honorable van der Walt. She has promised that she will get us the friends there in the court. So we might, so we might win. So, members, thank you very much. Really appreciate your contribution. We may need to make changes to our program to accommodate this part, and then we'll deal with the rest. I think we'll deal with the minutes next week. We'll deal with the minutes next week. We have been emailed to yourselves. Let me take this opportunity to thank you. We will try and get more time with NSFAS. Many of you were very angry when I said the time is up, but really appreciate that we did try to engage. I know you have many questions from your constituencies about asking. We'll get it right. We wish you all the best, CEO, of 9 good years of, what do you call it, clean audit. 9 good years of good audit. All the best acting executives and executive board members. Really wish you all the best. Tomorrow when somebody says to you, the Committee of Higher Education and Training is rough, I know you will refuse, because you see they were they were smiling, laughing the whole time. So don't believe people who speak badly about them. So yeah, having said that, thank you very much. The meeting is now adjourned. Oh, there's we've prepared lunch there, né? If we can just get lunch on our way out, unless